love coffee, I love tea. I love the jabber jive and it loves me. Coffee and tea and the jabber and me. A cup, a cup, a cup, a cup, a cup. Boy.
Pooh. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between. How the heck are ya? Oh my, yes, this is Coffee with Lavender. I am the Lavender Lady, Diana Clarion, and the creature you're seeing over there on the screen is the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Kate Farr Bionic Dance. Hello, my love. How are you?
Oh, I'm all right. Thoroughly caffeinated, so a bit on the awake side. Uh, but other than that, I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm fine.
Oh,
Nothing really exciting to report. Although I did get to go rollerblading yesterday and went to the beach. I haven't been swimming in ages. It's a great beach. North Beach is better than Letty, let me tell you.
okay.
Um, and I got some tan lines while I was out there.
Did you?
So
Oh, so you did not go rollerblading naked?
no, that's only for the Fremont Solstice Parade, but you can see there, you know, got some tan lines going on.
There you go. There you go. All right.
Yeah, I keep trying to explain to people that I tan, that I have more melanin in me than you realize. No one fucking believes me. So, it's just because most people would have burned with the amount of sun I got.
Oh man.
Just saying.
Oh, with the whole melanin thing, yeah, I've seen a couple of the pictures you've shown me privately, and there's a big difference to my eyes in those pictures than what I'm seeing on the screen right now.
Well, it also helps if I'm standing next to someone who's pasty white. The difference is like completely obvious.
Okay, okay.
It's yeah. But cameras tend to pick up like light weirdly and they don't have accurate color, so
Mm,
but yeah, so I mean yesterday was a pretty good day.
yay! This is a very good thing. And has the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Mage Gray Wolf had a good day?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good.
All
I was
right.
scything my lawn, and my beef stew turned out pretty good.
Hey! All right. Now we're talking.
Yeah, I made use the jicama. I coated the jicama with celery salt and garlic powder, and I took the meat and I coated that with garlic powder. And I seared it in a mixture of olive oil and butter.
I don't know.
Threw all sorts of good stuff in there.
That just sounds risque, though. That whole jicama thing you got going there.
Risque.
Yeah.
How do you
What's so risque
figure?
about it?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just being weird.
I
it's a
guess.
jicama.
I don't know. When I hear jicama, I think of like, toothless farmers out in the middle of the Bible Belt. Like, oh, someone's
Oh,
hick, eh, Ma?
There
You
you
know?
go.
it's Mexican.
Yay! This is a good thing. And speaking of good days, is the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Kitty having a good day? I hope so.
I mean, could be worse. Could
Okay.
always be worse. But no. How's everyone today?
Yeah, topo sa kadapekshina.
Yeah, it's funny when people ask me how my day's going and I tell them I've been worse. Far too many of them think I'm having a bad day. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, I've been worse. Oh, I'm so sorry. Like very few people actually go, well, yeah, me too. I've definitely been worse than this.
Uh,
It's
Yeah, because
weird how
you
people
know,
don't think on their feet sometimes.
well that and like when people deal with like chronic illness, it's one of those things like you're not going to have as many good days as you do kind of neutral days. Like
Yeah.
neutral days seem to be the most where it's not too good, it's not too bad, it's just kind of eh.
I'd
And then the
settle for
bad days and the
neutral.
good days. Yeah,
I just
Good
like
mean
is
I'll
like
good is
good and
on a
neutral
sliding
is
scale.
Well,
yeah.
I just mean like talking to cashiers or phone help. How are you doing today? Well, I've been worse. They don't, yeah.
Yeah,
Although the
okay,
ones who
yeah.
play along are the ones worth knowing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
There are a couple nice cashiers at Squallmark, believe it or not. Um, it's kind of nice. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I make their day. Who knows?
Well, I went to a fast food joint recently and ordered a drink, and they said, "What size?" And I asked for extra medium, and the guy was like, and I had to like relieve him. I'm like, I'm kidding, just give me a medium. I'm kidding, right? Like he didn't know how to deal. It's
Oh
kind of like
my!
now there was one of my friends in the goth community where he like we were at a party and he had brought some brownies and I tried one and I said to him, "Wow, these taste like the exact opposite of crap." And he paused for a minute and went, "Thank you." You know, it's like I'm glad that he was able to interpret that because there are some people who would have just been automatically insulted by the word crap and
Yeah,
not
yeah.
heard the opposite of part.
Uh-huh.
You know.
Oh, that whole Douglas Adams thing with the what is it? Not entirely unlike tea or some shit like that. Did you read the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
Yeah, it's been a long ass time.
Okay, but yeah, the way he worded that was terrific.
Hmm.
But oh well.
Yeah. It's rather unpleasantly like being drunk.
Yeah, yeah, pretty
What's
much.
wrong with being drunk? You ask a glass of water sometime. You know that. Yeah.
Oh man, I've decided that I do not like being inebriated.
Yeah, me neither. Last time I went to the club and had booze, I didn't care for it. I didn't like the sensation of being drunk.
Yeah,
I used to. I don't know what changed.
I don't know. It's got to be in that hormone change or something that happens, you know.
I'm not that old.
Yeah,
But I mean also like maybe it's just I'm so used to weed now. It's a better inebriated state. I don't want to say it's a better high because you don't get high with booze, but it's
right,
it's
right.
it's a better trip. It's a better ride. Maybe that's it. Like Coolsville, Daddy-O.
Oh my.
I'm thinking Crumb may have updated on me because I don't remember
I'm sorry,
giving
Kitty,
me a
why are you shaking
preview
your
on.
head? Do you have a problem with Coolsville,
That's
Daddy-O?
weird.
I was just thinking about Charlie Brown, the song,
I'm
not
not
the
saying
cartoon.
anything. Not saying anything. Just gonna keep
Uh,
my mouth shut.
I have to admit a soft spot in my heart for the beatniks. Not really, but just a little bit.
The original hipsters.
Yeah.
Oh my. What the heck was it? I just saw a reference a couple days ago to Dobie Gillis, you know, and the whole Maynard G. Krebs thing with Bob Denver. You know, that whole hippie thing.
I only know that exists because of Nick at Night way back in the day.
Okay.
I mean, let's face it, I think Maynard G. Krebs either owes something to or is the inspiration for Jughead Jones.
Yeah, yeah, I can see it. I can see it.
It's like between him and Shaggy from Scooby Doo. And it's why I remember reading somewhere and I just never memorized it that like he has an actual name, Shaggy does.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I forget what it is. It's something very well it's very similar to Maynard Krebs. It's got that sort of like why would anyone name a child this like sort of vibe?
Uh-huh.
Norville.
What, did you look it up?
Yeah,
Oh
Norville
yeah,
Rogers.
here we go, Norville Rogers.
That was another thing I was thinking is like I love the Orville, that show, the sci-fi show, the Orville. But the thing is, what if they had named it after the other Wright brother? I don't think the Wilbur would have worked as well.
I was expecting that to show up as a sister ship.
Okay, okay. So they did name it after the Wright brother?
Well, if they didn't, then the Kitty Hawk model on Captain Mercer's desk makes no sense.
Okay, okay. Remember now that I have never seen the Orville, so.
And
Well, you
yet we
should.
still hang out with you.
That's strange, isn't it? Oh my. Yeah, just.
Okay. This is just interesting. So, it's the real names of 23 fictional characters.
Oh boy.
So, the comic book guy from The Simpsons name is Jeff Albertson.
That's not bad.
Um, Barbie's full name is Barbara Millicent Roberts. Ken's last name is Carson. Captain Crunch's full name is Captain Horatio Magellan Crunch, and his ship is the SS Guppy.
Yeah, I knew that one.
Peppermint
Guppy.
Patty's real name is Patricia Reichart.
Hmm.
Snuffleupagus has a first name, and it's Aloysius.
Oh, it's not
Yeah.
OSCAR?
Yeah, right.
But I remember Snuffleupagus. The Wizard of Oz rolls off the tongue is a lot easier than the man behind the curtain. His name was Oscar Zoroaster Fading Isaac Norman Henkel Emmanuel Ambrose Diggs.
All right.
That is a fucking dreadfully long name.
Yes.
And he said he called himself Oz because the initials were Pinhead, and that, was not something he wanted to be associated with, considering his intelligence. Mr. Clean has a seldom used first name, Veritably.
Oh my.
Yeah. The man with the yellow hat's full name is Ted Shackelford.
That sounds weirdly familiar. I may have known that at one time.
The real name of the Monopoly mascot, Rich Uncle Pennybags, is Milburn Pennybags. The policeman in Monopoly has a name too. It's Officer Edgar Mallory. On
Sounds
Night
very
Court,
Irish.
Nostradamus Shannon, was better known as Bull. On Entourage,
Oh, yeah.
Turtle's real name is Salvatore Sante. Sesame Street's resident game show host Guy Smiley was using a pseudonym all these years. He was born Bernie Liederkranz.
Okay.
That is the most German Jew name I think I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Holy crap. And then let's see. The Michelin man's name is Bibendum. Like, that's just weird. On Gilligan's Island, Jonas Grumby was simply called the Skipper.
Yeah.
Skipper's name was Jonas Grumby. Huh.
Hmm.
The professor was Roy Hinckley. Shaggy of Scooby-Doo was Norville Rogers. The Pillsbury Doughboy's name is Poppin' Fresh. He has a
Yeah,
wife,
I knew that
Poppy
one.
Fresh, and two kids, Popper and Bun Bun. The patient in classic game Operation is Cavity Sam.
Now,
mean,
does
that's a
it
little on the
disturb
nose.
anybody that he's clearly awake while you're operating on him?
A little bit, yeah. The true identity of the Lone Ranger was John Reed. And MacGyver's first name was Angus. And the last two aren't fictional, but just in case it comes up, Bono was born Paul David Hewson, and the Edge's name is David Howell Evans. So there you go. 21 fictional and 2 real.
Oh wait,
people.
so what's Sting's full name?
Oh fuck, I'll look it up. Hold on.
I mean, it's not an untoward question. I guess it's a perfectly legit question, is what I'm trying to say.
Gordon Matthew Thomas Sumner.
Yowza!
All right.
Makes sense why he'd go for a
Yep, sure
single
does.
name, moniker.
And you folks thought you were wasting your time by coming here. See, you get this
Well, see,
learning experience.
Bill Nye's real name's William Sanford Nye, so he could have been Will Stan and Science Man.
Okay.
So, and Sting got his name from one of his Phoenix Jasmine bandmates because of the black and yellow striped sweater he often wore while performing. So he dressed like a wasp or bumblebee, and got the nickname because of it.
So it's nothing to do with the dagger from The Hobbit, which honestly was my first thought.
Yeah, no, it's because he dressed like a bee.
Bzz, bzz, bzz.
I tried reading The Hobbit recently because I actually really enjoyed that trilogy. I know a lot of people didn't. I loved it. And it is so difficult to get through the writing style. It's just it's very old. You know, it's dated
Yeah,
right, very dated.
yeah. Um, I tried reading it again a few years ago, and I can't remember why I put it down, but it was a little more difficult to get through that second time than it was
And
the first time.
I think it also a little bit bugged the fantasy fan in me who expects more exotic names for monsters when like the trolls were named something like Steve and Dan or something. It was like,
Something, yeah.
really? Really? You gave the trolls very Anglo like college boy names. All right. I don't know.
Well, name him Bob.
There you go. Because
I mean,
hmm?
honestly, like it's one of those things like when you think about it, like the elves, are where he put all of his effort into coming up with, names and, making them all
Well,
fantasy-esque.
but still, like a troll should have a name like Grognak, you know? I'm just
No, I
like,
agree. Then again, the trolls were kind of based on the orcs, especially, but also, like really all the non like pretty characters were kind of based off of different stereotypes. So,
I
you
don't
know.
know. I don't know. It's just one of those things where I was like, I realized Lord of the Rings inspired most modern fantasy. Maybe not all by itself, but a large portion of lore in other fantasy is very inspired by. And so, like, I recognize that it's sort of proto fantasy in its own way, kind of.
Mhm.
So
Hmm.
the fact that it doesn't conform to a lot of what we expect now doesn't really surprise me, but it was a bit jarring while I was reading it.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I was just watching a video on like essentially like the dark history of Roald Dahl and
Mm.
like how he was actually like an unrepentant racist and anti-Semite. Like the BFG was originally described with N-word lips like sausages stacked on top of each other and like yeah, it was bad, but the editors are like, "Nope, not doing that."
Well, the Oompa Loompas weren't orange with green hair in the
No, they
book.
were originally pygmies from the
Yeah,
darkest parts of Africa where no white man has ever tread, like, that was actually in the first edition of the book.
yeah, and like
Apparently,
looking at the
they must have changed it
illustrations
to
of them, they
the
look
aliens at
very
some point.
very well. I don't have a word for it, but they were uh, like what a British person way back in the day might have thought of as unclean and savage.
Well, I do know the vicious canids were actually alien creatures.
Well, yes.
And then, the grasshopper in James and the Giant Peach was, like, anti-Mexican for some reason, like, he just, like, has a line about, like, not wanting to be Mexican, and then, like, the witches, like, had the whole blood libel thing, and the grotesque, features
Now you got
that
me
were
really wanting to look for first editions of some of these things, just to look at the history of it.
It is a little weird to like own books that are made by really like disgusting people and the books themselves have really disgusting things in them. Just to have read them and to have had them and then looking at them around in your house, it's like, yeah, I kind of don't want other people to see these.
Okay, I get
I don't
that.
really feel
Yeah.
that way.
I mean,
Yeah.
for me, like, I'm a death of the author type. Like even if the author's still living, if I appreciate the work, now I'm not going to support the author by like going out and, buying like more of like their books or anything like that. Like, but like I will read and enjoy the books as their own separate thing, but especially when the author's been dead, it's like I like the whole concept of, old ones and these like terrifying monstrosities and like the color of space and all these Lovecraft things, but he was a fucking unabashed
Oh,
racist as well.
yeah, absolutely. And
Well,
Charles Dodgson, also known as Lewis Carroll, I mean,
Mm.
Yeah,
I
wasn't he kind of like a bit of a like he had kind of pedo vibes, I think.
oh boy, did he ever. Yeah.
Lewis Carroll.
Well,
Yeah.
all everything I own that's related to Harry Potter was before J.K. Rowling started coming out as, the villain of the story.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Same.
So, just saying.
And then if I want something new, like I will make it myself or I'll get it from Etsy where it's not Rowling making money off of it. It's, small creator.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I will not give her my money.
Hmm.
But I do enjoy the work, like I do. Like I am a proud Slytherin.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, every time I've taken one of those tests online, I end up in Gryffindor. I think once Ravenclaw, but it's always been like 90% of the time Gryffindor.
I've always ended up in Slytherin. But I did actually I took the What's Your Patronus and I got one of the rarer ones. I actually have a Thestral as my Patronus, which makes my little gothic heart pitter patter with delight because those are the skeletal flying horses that you can only see if you've seen someone die.
Hmm.
And it is the most goth of all of the fucking Patronuses, in my opinion.
I don't remember if I'm sure I got some. I don't remember. It's been so long. I didn't really care about that part. I was just glad I ended up in the house I did. I don't know. I always end up rooting for the good guys. I want the
But
rebels to defeat the Empire, all of that.
well, I mean, fun fact, I saw somebody like losing their shit on how Star Wars has gone woke and it's not following Lucas's vision and it's like you realize like in interviews that he gave like back in the day, in like the fucking 80s, like he said that the rebels were based on the Viet Cong and Palpatine was based on Nixon. Like we were the bad guys. Like
Yeah.
the empire was based on like Western imperial colonialist mindsets. And yeah, he cranked it, to full fascist, but it doesn't change the fact of the matter that, it was his, anti-Vietnam War like take, and he rooted for the underdog, and like they were the Viet Cong. Like those are the rebels that everybody
Well,
loves. It's
I
always
just
been political.
I just like the, stories that are the fight for freedom against a tyrannical. I mean, hell, even defending the frontier against Zur and the Godan Armada. I mean, come on.
Mm-hmm.
I always like those where, you've got the people who are fighting against the big bad. That's always been my thing. So,
Yeah, no,
I'm not
definitely.
sure if
I'm
the
just
argument
saying,
that just
like,
because the characterization, the sides were based on political, makes the story political. I'm not sure if I agree
oh,
with that.
Count
Hey Ox,
Beculon's
hey
here. Hey,
Beck, how
Beck.
you doing?
Hello, Beck.
I mean, like, Ox, here's the thing. The Empire was fascist and it was terrible. However, if you actually take a step back and just, like, not talking about galactic politics, but just talking Jedi versus Sith, the Sith have a healthier mindset, removing children from their homes, cutting off their attachments to people, and raising them to suppress their emotions, and stripping away whatever culture they might have had from whatever world they came from. I mean, it very much does scream like re-education camps of like the Native Americans,
Well,
but
it's got Stalin
also
written all
just
over
Okay,
it.
but let's remember
really
that the
pushing down.
Sith were the ones who were going around slaughtering kids.
Yeah, I'm not saying that the Sith aren't bad. All I'm saying is the Sith follow much more of a Church of Satan type thing. Yes, they do bad things too. Like not that the Church of Satan does. Like that's all about, like freedom and, self-empowerment, but I mean, the Sith's mindset of embracing your emotions is healthier than suppressing them because suppressing emotions does fuck you up.
Well, it depends on which
Hmm.
emotions, though, because the Sith, like, I could see Dark Jedi having a healthier mindset, but the Sith not so much because they embrace the anger. You see,
It's
they
not
use the
necessarily anger,
anger to
it's
power the
passion.
Force, but no. See, that's the thing. Sith and Dark Jedi aren't the same. Okay, Sith are a subset of Dark Jedi. But a dark Jedi may use passion, may embrace their emotions, but they don't necessarily embrace anger. They don't necessarily embrace hatred the way the Sith do. I think that a dark Jedi could embrace a positive emotion and use the Force through that, but a Sith cannot.
Okay.
It's
Yeah, I
different.
remember hearing that.
Yeah.
Now, Ox says the Sith were created by the Jedi.
Makes sense.
Okay. Hey, Randy, how you doing, hon?
I mean, I love the idea of like someone who uses the Force through like comedy, where they laugh the whole way through. They're just loving like they're high on life and they see the ridiculousness of a lot of the things people do and they use the Force through that. I think that'd be awesome.
Like I honestly think the most like true neutral of the Force users was Ahsoka Tano. Like, I mean, she's the only one I know of that has white lightsabers, and she basically took red crystals and purified them by connecting them to the Force. And like, from what I remember, the white, it basically represents neutrality. Like,
they changed all that.
Well, just from
Yeah, well, that's the thing is like
in the past.
I got to a certain point where I just decided 1 through 6 are the only things I give a damn about. Because there was way too much, and like when it came to the expanded universe, they gave way too much of a free rein to Michael Stackpole, who kept trying to make everything dark and depressing 90s style, and I fucking hate that guy. So, I mean, like, I just decided, you know what, I'm going to be a Lucas purist. Everything else...
We also got the Grey Jedi. There must be both dark and light. I will do what I must to keep the balance, as the balance is what holds all life. There is no good without evil, but evil must not be allowed to flourish. There is passion and yet peace, serenity yet emotion, chaos yet order. I am a wielder of the flame.
I absolutely don't agree with part of that. There is too good without evil. You don't need the contrast. I mean, let's put it this way. Like I can do favors for people and that might be good, or I could not, and that doesn't make it evil to not do it. It just means I'm not getting involved. You don't need people doing horrible shit to have people do good stuff.
Oh, okay. I see where you're coming from now. Yeah. You don't need the anti in order to have the not.
Right.
Okay.
It's just that's always bothered me when people say you need good and evil. It just it doesn't make sense.
That's probably what's meant by not allowing it to flourish. But anyway,
Well,
just reading what it said here.
I mean, like honestly, I think the opposite of good could just be indifference. But then again, that's also the opposite of evil as well. I don't know. Maybe it's not opposite.
Well,
because I'm looking at the comments here. There's only indifference.
The one I have heard, yes, is that the opposite of love is not hate; it is indifference. Yeah.
Or apathy.
Yeah.
Like I would say apathy, but that's just me.
Distinction without a difference, really.
I like that saying.
But no, like from what I remember of Ahsoka, like I said, it could be different, but like she had taken the Force crystals from, like one of the Inquisitors, purified them by meditating over them, and she was loyal only to the Force. She wasn't a Sith and she wasn't a Jedi. Like she was kind of neither, and she was neutral.
Yeah, she kind of gave the middle finger to the Jedi.
And I don't know, I like that, like when I play, games where you've got like you can either be a paragon or a renegade. I don't usually go full either, like even if I'm doing a more renegade playthrough, I will still, allow for like people to survive. It's like, the option, do I like save the orphans in the bus like, or not kill the orphans in the bus. And it's like, yeah, all right, if they
Yeah,
haven't done anything to me, then fine,
yeah,
I don't care. But then, like, if somebody looked at me sideways or tried to double cross me, then I will fucking ruin their whole existence.
you save
Yeah,
the
so that's
orphans on the
why the
bus and then
traditional
kill them
D&D
yourself.
alignments never really worked for me. None of them really fit like the kind of characters I want to play.
Yeah, I tended to
It's
stay
like there will always be,
neutral.
like I'm lawful good right up until you start like pissing me off the wrong way, and then I change alignments pretty hard, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
Like
like chaotic
the
neutral tended to work where it's like I would make, good decisions and bad decisions, but it would kind of balance out to in the middle.
See, for me, it was never like it doesn't balance out. It's I'm gonna be pretty good right up until I have to not be. Sometimes in the service of good, though, where it's like
Well, it's a
I know it's
percentage
weird to
thing.
say doing evil in the service of good, but sometimes you kind of gotta. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, like,
I definitely embrace the idea of some must be sacrificed if all are to be saved, kind of thing.
yeah, I could see that. It's like while I would never advocate for violence, like I could be convinced of the argument that there are some people that do more harm than good in the world, and if they were removed from it, it would overall be a better place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Or like, cutting off a gangrenous limb so it doesn't end up killing all of you. That kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, like one of the people that I would say has done more harm for the American people than just about anybody would be Mitch McConnell. Like,
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
absolutely.
Like, Trump was the festering gangrenous wound that let us, really it drew our attention to the fact that that was a problem. Like, people have known it was a problem for a long time, but the powers that be see the problem. They're just not going to do anything to fix the problem and hope that they can just, go along to get along and continue with the status quo when that's not going to work much longer.
I'll be honest, if I were to do anything like that to change our current status quo, like I had a time machine to go back and prevent anything, I'd make the hell sure that Reagan never became president.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Prevent Reagan from being president, and if that didn't stop McConnell from coming to power, make sure that he's never born, make sure his mother swallows or something.
Yeah.
Just saying, like, there's a few people that I would definitely not allow to happen.
Shatner.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say more Hitler, like, could you go and could you kill baby Hitler if you had a time machine? And I'm like, weighing it out, like, maybe, or at the very least, remove him from his environment, because as a baby, he's still innocent. You know what he's going to be if things stay the same. But if you were to take him out of Germany and say, raise him in, another country with parents that loved him and he supported, and you make sure that people like his artwork, like get him art tutoring and shit.
Well,
Just saying.
that's something I wonder about, actually, the whole nature versus nurture argument. Like, how is Hitler just fucked in the head, or was it how he was raised? I mean, there could be a lot of factors that go into it. Another thing that would be fun to do is make sure that Fidel Castro actually has a successful baseball career.
I was just thinking that. Yes.
Well, it's like Eddie Izzard did the whole, I can't get the fucking Chris, damn, I will kill everyone in the world. Like, I love Eddie Izzard. Like, his Dress to Kill thing was just fucking amazing.
I had a hard time getting into his comedy.
There's
I
so
don't know,
much
there was-
historical comedy in Dress to Kill. It's my favorite of.
I think it was the delivery that got to me.
Okay.
I don't know.
Moo.
There was something about how it came across that just didn't fit with what I like in comedy. I don't know. I mean, like the actual jokes were fine, but I don't know.
I mean, comedy is subjective.
Hmm. I mean, I
Not
guess I was
everybody's
just
gonna
sort
find
of
everything
raised
funny.
on Carlin for the most part, so it's that style I like. Of course, I love Jim Jeffries. I recently became a fan of Joe Lycett. You know,
Yeah.
there's a more traditional sort of like post one liner comedy, traditional stand up. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Although I do wish Jim Jeffries would talk about poop a little less.
Uh,
He really does tend to go on about fecal matter. Every show he does some joke about dropping a deuce. I don't know what it is. He's like obsessed with it.
Which was it? Was it Beethoven or Mozart? One of them was like really into like fucking toilet humor.
oh, that was Mozart. Yeah.
Mm. But I mean, are we talking literal toilet humor or
Yes.
just in
Yes,
general?
Yeah.
like
Okay.
farts and like sharts and all every manner in between, like actual toilet humor.
Mm.
Mozart wrote a little piece, lovely little piece called Leck mir im Arsch, which translates to kiss my ass.
Um, See, I would love to see one of those like classical composer types like also do some more popular music at the same time. Like if Beethoven wrote a jig, you know what I mean? Like you get some like famous British orchestral score dude, and also wrote a bunch of Irish jigs. Like body kind of whiskey in the jar, Black Velvet Band kind of stuff.
Okay.
Branch out a little.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Might work.
It's kind of like, whenever I see someone, like maybe they're busking or whatever with a violin, it's always something like, highbrow shit. And I'm like, dude, play it, play something you can dance to, you know?
Well, there is or was, or something, a performer, violinist who did metal on a violin. I'm trying to remember the guy's name. I've got one of his albums. It's pretty decent stuff.
Well, I find that, like a lot of the orchestral music, I find dull as dishwater works when you cover it with like a rock or punk or metal style. Now, I've got quite a few metal covers of Paco Bell's Canon that totally work. You know
Okay.
that kind of thing is it just for me seems to be how you play it that matters.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like how when Me First and the Gimme Gimmes did a whole album of pop punk covers of country music. All of a sudden, I'm digging on country music. It's just all down to how you play it. It doesn't make me
Okay.
do this.
Yeah. Uh,
And of course, that metal cover that one dude on YouTube did of the theme song to the Never Ending Story. I love that.
okay then.
Oh, it was brilliant. But like after what was it, Stranger Things season 3, that song sort of gained popularity because of that, part of the last episode. And so he did a cover based on it, and I just love the crap out of it. And he does that funky sort of like staccato thing where he taps on the guitar strings instead of strumming them.
Ah,
Oh man, I love it. It sounds like a synthesizer the way he does it, and it's lovely. It just like you know.
okay then. I'm looking and I'm looking. I'm not finding the one guy I'm thinking of. And I'm not going to go through my music collection. I've only got something like 40,000 tracks.
It's funny. I'd been like playing music in the car while my dad and I drive around. And at one point, he was saying there was a song that I was playing that he really liked, but he could not remember the lyrics. And he kept thinking it was something about butterflies. And I'm like, I don't think I have any songs about butterflies. Like I think there might be one, I forget who sings it, something like Butterfly on a Wheel or something. I don't know. It turns out that he was thinking of a metal cover of The Sign by Ace of Base. Like every time I saw the sign, he was hearing butterflies instead
Oh,
of,
okay,
you
okay.
know, and I was like, okay. Um, yeah, and the like Ace of Base is from Sweden, and this guy who did the cover of it did a bunch of other Swedish songs. So, Roxette, he did a bunch of Roxette covers in that same style. So,
Tayo Korostu.
Oh man,
Okay.
that Ace of Base song, like when I was in 4th grade, my math teacher used to play it before we would ever take a test. Like every time we had a test in that class, she would play that song to basically remind us to, make sure that we were paying attention to the sign that was used in the problem so we weren't like dividing instead of multiplying it. It was kind of like, a little insulting that, in 4th grade gifted we would need it, but whatever.
well, it's funny because Ace of Base is one of those bands where I like the song that was less popular than the one they're known for. And what is that? All That She Wants, I think was the other one. But it's in such a like minor key and it's dreary as fuck. And I don't like it at all. But the sign is upbeat and fun. And of course, I dig on that. It's kind of like the Eurythmics, where I can't stand that one song of their "Sweet Dreams" or made hate it. Oh, although played in a major key, like remixed to a major key, it's really good. But most of their other music isn't like that. But they're only associated with that one song I can't stand. So
I preferred Marilyn Manson's version. Though speaking about guys who are also, assholes.
mm, not a fan of Marilyn Manson. Just even musically.
He's got a few things I like, but like you said, he's apparently a complete creep.
I mean, like, when it comes to my musical tastes, I think the main like term you could use is upbeat. I really like my music upbeat. It's very rare for me to find like a depressing ass song in a minor key that I enjoy. It's just really rare.
Okay. Yeah, definitely.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm trying to think of even one. I mean, there were a couple of songs from the goth community when I was still in that. Like, it's weird how people tolerated me in the goth community when my music was nothing like what they played at the club. But there were a few songs where I had to get my hands on them when they played them at the club. I guess oh, there's this one. It's actually in German called Die Flute. I'm trying to remember who the hell sings it. It's actually pretty good. Um, but I mean, as much as part of it is sort of depressing, there's like I think the chorus is not. There's another one. Oh yeah, it's called "I Can Kill You So Easily," which is hard to request from the DJ because they look at you funny at first. I enjoy that one. Um, oh, what's that other? There's this other one where I loved part of it and didn't realize that the rest of the song was such a downer. Oh gosh, what was that song? I don't know, but it's weird the things I ended up liking that I heard at the club. Ah
Okay,
well,
then.
but
Works.
yeah. Like I'm not gonna say I like bubblegum music, but not too far off. I mean, hell, for a while there, I went through a nightcore phase.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I think I found it through some like I was looking for Roxette covers and found a couple of Nightcore covers of like Joyride and stuff, and I was like, "What the hell is this?" At first, I thought Nightcore was a band. Before I found out it was a genre, like I found out about them or found out about the style by osmosis.
I've heard a few songs that were actually like more in the Nightcore style than in the original.
Mm. Then there was that time I found an orchestral cover of my favorite song in the world, Fading Like a Flower by Roxette. I was like, wow, this is interesting played by an orchestra. It has a very unique bass line. And as much as I love Marie Fredrickson's voice, there's this one part of the song where she shuts up and you can hear that bass line. And I'm just like, wow, this is like nothing else I've ever heard, and I love the crap out of it.
Okay.
Like there's this one part where it's like da 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 da, yeah, like that. It's just that weird sort of da 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 da, which to me for some reason always, like in my head, it reminds me of a staircase going up. I don't know why, but I really love it.
I came across something on TikTok recently that you're supposed to either turn your phone sideways or preferably listen to it with headphones, like two headphones, because it's like an 8D audio and like it like shifts like side to side in a way. It gives me the weirdest like tingle in like the back of my head, but it's pleasant. It's just kind of
Hmm.
like, I just kind of go side to side like this, like involuntarily, and then I get like a tingly feeling up the back of my neck and in like the back of my head. It is
Hmm.
the weirdest sensation, but it's really cool.
Do you have a name for it?
Let me see. Um, I'll find the link to the TikTok and I'll share it in the Lavender DM group.
Oh, yay.
Like there's a couple of songs where for whatever reason they feel the need to take the percussion and like alternate ears rapidly, and I think it makes my autism go haywire. It's like all of a sudden like switching ears each beat, and it just like ugh.
That is kind of annoying.
Yeah.
Yay.
So there's a fast version and a slow version. The slow version, is like some neurodivergent people like it better. But I will link both of them.
Suddenly realizing I've never hooked headphones up to this particular computer rig. I mean, I have relatively new computers. I've listened to everything through speakers. Oh, wait a minute. Is this the one where they somehow managed to make it seem like surround sound even though you only have two speakers?
Yes.
I've heard of this, but I never actually tried it.
All right, so there's the slow version and the fast version. And I find myself, I bookmark them because I will just go back and listen to them, like just, with my eyes closed and just kind of like listen to it on repeat a few times because I don't know, it's like brain food. It's so good.
There are a couple of songs I just listen to perhaps too often, too frequently. Like I don't know if there's such a thing, but it just seems like they keep like I wake up in the morning, I have to listen to that song first, and then I'm ready to face the day. It's just weird.
Okay, well, why not, right?
But actually, I think I'm going to play it right now, like for myself, because these are like much nicer headphones than the wireless ones that I use like with my phone.
Ah, yes, good. This is indeed a 3.5 cable. So if I want to hook up my headphones, I can listen to it.
Like I can feel it right here.
Nope, I don't like that.
Oh, is this in the Twitter DM? All right, let me have a listen.
I find that kind of annoying.
Like it gives me a tingle here at the back of my neck, and it's a weird feeling, but it's not unpleasant. Like it is stronger with the faster version. Like the slower version, it's much more of like the tingle's still there, but it's not as like strong. So but yeah, like I don't know, it's weird but good. Like I enjoy it.
Okay, this is weird. Why are my headphones not workifying?
And I will share
Yes.
it in the chat. I'll
Thank
share
you
both
for telling
versions
me,
in
your
the
stupid
chat.
computer. Is this going to play through the wrong speakers?
Of course it is.
Uh, hmm. Oh, the stupid cable fell out. God damn it. I think I have to hold it there. All right, let's give this a listen. All right, I don't think that's working.
It's broken. Okay.
I think I might have to put in my my headphones from like the ones I use with my phone because those aren't working.
Oh man, like I don't know, like it's the weirdest feeling, but it's like I said, I enjoy it. Like it's not an unpleasant feeling, but like that tingle in the back of your neck.
There we go. That's untangled. Let's see whether this works and doesn't blow out my ears. Because yes, I'm well aware I've done that. Thank you, computer. You're ever so helpful.
If I show you that
Wait, is that?
I know you.
No, that's coming through the wrong speakers. God damn it. Hold on.
I
Don't
knew that
worry.
was gonna happen.
Mm-hmm. All right. Wait. Yes. Okay.
She's so adorable. I love her.
Sound. Add device. That's not it. Choose where to play sound. Yes. Oh, here we go. No. It doesn't recognize my headphones. What the hell?
That's weird. I mean,
Oh, there. That works.
okay.
All right, let's see what happens. Okay, no, no, no. Don't like the fast version. Very don't like the fast version.
Yeah, people who are neurodivergent tend to like the slow version better.
Nope, 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 nope.
It's
No.
so weird.
I was
Like
the same way.
it's so weird. But I love it. It's like it's weird. There's like no describing the feeling, like other than just a weird like tingling in my brain. I don't know, it makes my brain happy.
It feels to me a little bit too much like someone snuck up behind me and then started doing this.
Yeah, but it like the harmony's really pretty though.
That's not. It doesn't offset the disorientation I feel.
It helps if you close your eyes. It's a little less disorienting.
I don't think it will. I think it would like not change anything really.
No, I'm
I'm
just
right
saying
there with you.
reading it, like reading the comments from people who are neurodivergent, like in the comments they say no, closing their eyes definitely helps. And some love it, some hate it. Like it's polarizing, but I love it.
Set my teeth on edge. I could not do it.
It's still an interesting concept though, like to make sound with the way like with panning it between to kind of give you like that full like surround sound feeling where you are literally it feels like you're surrounded by speakers.
Well, I didn't
don't
even
get that
really feel
feeling.
that so much. It just felt like I was going back and forth.
Yeah, I think that's what I got too.
I don't know. It was disconcerting to say the least. It felt like my attention was being like it almost felt like someone had a string in my ears, and when they tugged it this way, my head would sort of go along with it, but the string would keep going. And it just felt like this, and it made me anxious as hell.
Okay, I tried the slow version. No, that doesn't work either. And trying to close my eyes doesn't help.
Like I said, everybody's different.
Yes, some people are just raw. No, I'm kidding. Anyway.
And I don't dare try to play that stuff because it'll go through the speakers and go out on the air.
I mean, I'm not sure if it's copyrighted.
I mean, the safest way to do it, you know, if it were gonna go, would be to actually just click on the video and share like the video and like kind of live react to it, like, because then it should fall under fair use.
A lot
I
of
mean, we are,
things.
yeah, doing comment and criticism on it, so sure.
A lot of things that should do often don't, but that's beside the point.
Well, I mean, I've had YouTube get snarky at me, or people have tried to make claims on my videos. Oh my gosh, you're using my material. And I like quoted chapter and verse at YouTube, and they went, yeah, that was indeed fair use. They may not like it, but that was fair use.
Yeah, I remember Sci-Strike Movie Night spent some time in YouTube jail because somebody didn't like the stuff we commented on, even though it was fair use, absolutely was. But we were still knocked off the air for some months.
Well, hey, were those the people who get mentioned as asshats now?
No, that's somebody else.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's.
Um,
Hmm?
I did movie night last night. It
Oh,
was
okay.
okay. I'm so used to starting around 9, though. So starting at midnight is a little disconcerting. I had to crack a Red Bull to stay awake.
Oh my, oh my. Yeah, the asshat people. That's somebody who goes looking for stuff on YouTube and declaring copyright on it, even though they don't own it,
Hmm.
and then they come after the rightful owners. I don't know if they still do that or not, but I know
It doesn't seem like it.
the asshat comment is still there.
Hmm. Well, it's almost become like part of the. It's almost like Rocky Horror. It's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
callback line. It's kind of like okay, say goodnight, panel.
Good night, panel.
Yeah, that. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just like that. It's that sort of. It's almost like da 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 charge. When you're in a
Uh huh.
stadium. And
Yeah.
speaking of which, I went to a like a local baseball game, a minor league game,
Oh
with
well.
some friends of mine. It was all right, but we didn't manage to get like seated tickets, so we spent a whole bunch of time standing. So we left around halfway through the game because the kids were bored, and I was like starting to feel like my feet were hurting. It was just good to spend time with friends. But as we were leaving about halfway through the game, the local team was winning 6-2.
Oh yay.
Now, it was clear that the home team was just outclassing the visitors. Like, just by far, the visiting team was not as good.
Oh my. You don't happen to know which level of minor league that team was, do you?
I thought there was only the minors and the majors. Beyond that, I know nothing.
Oh, you've got things like single A, double A, triple A. Um, the more
I still
A's,
have the brochure around somewhere.
the more A's you have, the closer you are to major league.
Well, let's see here. Aha.
Googleplex A.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that.
I do still have the lake monsters, you see.
Oh yay!
Like, I didn't save it. My dad did. My dad keeps leaving stuff at my place. I got to get on his case about that.
So your dad is still in town,
Until October.
huh? Okay.
And actually, my mom is arriving in like 2 weeks ish.
Oh well then.
Okay, if this says anything about double, triple, whatever A. I don't see it.
Okay.
But then again, I've only a little bit looked.
I was just curious.
Well, those are directions.
Oh, they were collegiate summer baseball team. Okay. So these kids are fresh out of school, basically, or they
They
may still
did
be in
list
school.
the names or like the schools the players that attended on the scoreboard.
Okay. Yeah, we over here have a Pioneer League team, which is fresh out of college. As a matter of fact, there's an age limit. I think if you're older than 26, you can't play in that league or something like that. The Washington Wild things, and I've been to a few of their games, and it's fun. So,
I
Matt,
mean, the names of these teams that I've seen so far are kind of silly. I mean, the Lake Monsters were playing the Bravehearts.
okay then.
You know, there's a Champ mascot. Champ is the sea monster that allegedly lives in Lake Champlain, and so
Okay.
Champ tends to dance with the kids, like on top of the dugout kind of thing. You
Okay.
know,
Yeah.
it's like, hey kid, get up on stage and dance with with the mascot kind of thing. It looks like fun. I don't know.
Oh, as a matter of fact, the ex and I used to go to the games every now and then with her father, and you know how the PA system would play that stomp, stomp, clap, stomp,
Oh,
stomp,
sure,
clap.
sure.
So there was this strange person in the stands. I have no idea
Yeah.
who that person was, who started ad-libbing to the stomp, stomp, clap. Meanwhile, my ex is just crawling under the chair. I don't know him.
Well, I don't know. Every time I hear the stomp, stomp, clap, what comes to mind is we will rock you. That's what comes to mind.
Yeah.
That's what you're
Yeah.
talking about.
That's the one I'm talking about. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
And yeah, I'm starting to do an ad lib on each of the players, that sort of thing.
In
And
high school, I did one on
This
blowjobs.
sounds like the kind of stuff that would make me want to pretend I don't know my dad.
and the darn
That,
thing is,
my parents love making spectacles of themselves, and it makes
I
me
saw you
want to
say
not know
that.
them.
Yeah, I saw
Yeah.
you say that. The darn thing was, though, that so many of the people, when I finally came to an end, it's like, oh, did you have to end it already?
I don't know.
Oh man, I had fun back in those days.
I don't know. Well, basically, everything I know about baseball is that I like to watch the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Well, you're not supposed to have fun nowadays. You're only supposed to spend money.
Yeah, pretty much.
Actually, it's funny. I don't know exactly how they make this work, but they sell 25-cent hot dogs at the local game.
Okay.
I think what it is you can buy them for like $3.25 at one concession stand, or you can get in line, the long line to get 25-cent ones.
Okay then.
We stood in the long line.
Of course.
It was kind of fun though. Just like hanging out, old friends. I hadn't seen Brooke in ages, so.
Alrighty then. Sounds like it was fun, right?
Brooke has a son named River now.
Oh no,
Yeah,
no.
well, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? Never really did catch like like I said, two kids, Lizella or something, Lisan. I could never remember the daughter's name.
Okay.
Started with an L though, and I'm pretty sure it had S's and N's in it, and ended with an A. But
There might have been a Q in there as well, right?
maybe like an ampersand and several umlauts. Yes.
But yeah, here's the mascot of the Washington Wild things.
Do they make your heart sing?
Yes, they use that song as a whatever you want to call it, but they do use that song.
You know what's funny is the first time I heard the song Wild Thing, it was actually the Sam Kinison version.
I don't know if I remember that one.
Yeah, it's more like Wild Thing, you make my heart scream, you took everything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not a very well, actually it gets misogynistic as hell, but it's definitely not the traditional version of that song.
And I take it he's screaming all the way through it.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's
Uh,
like when you get to the "you make my heart scream," oh, oh, that Sam Kinison way that I can't imitate.
I don't know. I miss him.
Mm. Well, what's weird to me about him is like apparently he was uber, uber, uber religious, and
Yes.
given his comedy, that's hard to picture.
Yeah, wasn't he ordained or something?
Something I don't know.
Oh well. It is the stuff and the things. And this coffee is horrible. I may have wasted a whole bunch of money on that coffee.
What
Mm.
coffee?
Oh, it's the Walmart House brand decaf.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, there's no point drinking coffee if it's decaf. Coffee is a caffeine delivery system and nothing more.
Yes.
Yeah, I may end up going back to the calf because I was trying to lay off the caffeine because of my blood pressure, but
Well, really, shouldn't you lay off it because of the kidneys?
well, that too. Although the kidneys are dead anyway. It's one of those.
Yeah, but they're going to be left in there even when you get a transplant. And I think you don't want kidney stones in any of them. And as I
Well,
understand it,
yeah.
caffeine is one of the ways you get that.
Yeah, the whole kidney stone thing is something I would like to avoid.
Just saying.
Oh my. Of course, the
Hmm.
way I'm going now, I mean, I'm just totally broken. I'm just gonna fall to pieces any minute now. Throw up
Hmm.
4 days in a row.
I wonder, like, and I'm sure this must have been done in one form or another, but
Nope.
like, imagine someone gets into an accident and like their arm gets ripped off and they hold up the stump and it's all electronics. And they're like, what the fuck? How did this happen to me?
New
Like,
study.
I never thought I was an android.
New
Okay.
study supports coffee and caffeine reduces kidney stone risk.
Really?
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Well, it does seem like every couple of years, the thing you thought was bad for you turns out to be good for you, and vice versa.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's only a matter of time before echinacea causes cancer.
Oh
You know?
my, oh my. I forget what that was supposed to be good for.
I don't know, probably the same thing as kale.
I mean, echinacea was supposed to be like immune support and just general wellness.
I don't know. I remember a while back people made this big honkin' deal about fen-phen, and I didn't even know what it was for. Right? Like, I thought it was a weight loss drug when I first heard of it.
I
But
think
I
it
also
might have
thought it
been.
was like some sort of Asian herb, and it turns out that it was actually like chemicals, like
Yeah,
medicine chemical, like built by the FDA chemicals.
yeah.
I
I
don't
think
know.
one of the fens is fentanyl. I think, and I forget what the other one was.
I think what it was that got me is like there are so many foreign words and expressions and things where it's like a syllable repeated, fen, that kind of thing, that it just made me think it was some sort of Asian herb,
Yeah, yeah,
especially since, around about that time, everybody was into like, oh yeah, I need to have the like whatever Asian thing that's mystical and shit that I need it. It just seemed weird that people went through that fad around about the same time.
Mm-hmm. I
So
don't
I thought
know.
it was related.
Yeah, I
I
think
just
it.
remember a lot of like kitchen witchcraft books, alternative medicine stuff that I was into when I was Wiccan. And echinacea was up there for like immune support and general health.
See, to me, echinacea sounds like something that would be, like microscopic, and you study with a microscope along with parameciums and shit. It's like
Okay.
here's an
Hmm.
echinacea, or like echidna, and like a baby echidna is an echinacea.
There you go. There you
I mean,
go.
I don't know. It just has that sound.
With 8 dicks. Um, yeah, a photograph of a kid in a schlong. Is like
Oh,
eight heads.
okay. I did not need to know that. Thank you ever so much.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Taking echinacea might slightly reduce your chance of catching a cold. Apparently, only a slight effect. Research suggests the effect of echinacea on immune cells may depend on the type of amount of bacteria within the echinacea plants.
I don't know. It's like I've never been able to make it work because the joke would be so ham fisted. But I keep thinking there ought to be some sort of bacteria frontiera, the space, the final frontiera, bacteria. I don't know. I've never been able to make it work, but it goes through my head constantly. I don't know.
There's a lot of stuff that goes through your head.
Yeah, weird ideas, puns, arrows, whatever.
Uh-huh.
So basically, what I'm reading here is echinacea works, but only like very, very slightly.
Oh, barely better than placebo.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at what Grudge said there. This must have been quite some time ago. The more A's, the better. Are we talking Fonzie A's? What are we talking about here? I don't know. I really should look at the chat more often.
Yeah, I know. I don't do that very much
A, I don't
either.
know. Like seriously, it would be fun just someday to be able to walk up to a jukebox if they have them anymore and to make it play. Of course, I also want to put on sunglasses and walk away in slow. When something explodes behind me.
Last
Okay.
jukeboxes I saw were digital.
I have seen those, yeah. Which, probably wouldn't work as well. You'd have to turn it off and on again instead.
Yeah. Oh my. Stuff I miss.
Watched an episode of a TV show recently, like I don't know when it was new, but it had Jamie Gertz in it, and it's like this suburban family moves into a cul-de-sac that's populated entirely by aliens, right? And it sort of seemed like it was doing a cross between Third Rock from the Sun and like Jehovah's Witnesses or Mormons or something.
Eek.
Like they genuinely thought at first that these aliens were members of a cult. And it was kind of funny, but it felt a little ham-fisted as well. Some of the acting was not up to par. But
Okay.
So
it was all right.
there's a new show out on Hulu. It's like under the banner of heaven or under heaven's banner, something along those lines. And it's basically like a true crime kind of like culty thing, and it follows a Mormon detective in Utah, and it's kind of a dramatization of an actual crime that happened back in the 80s. And apparently like the Mormon church is really pissed about it because they're worried that it's going to make their Mormon followers start questioning things.
Yeah.
What's it called?
It's like under the banner of heaven or under heaven's banner, something
Well,
along those lines. It's
I'll
on
hike over
Hulu.
to Hulu and see what I can see. I probably just have to type in under to get to it. Under
Under
the
Heaven's
banner of
Banner.
heaven. There it is.
I knew it was something along those lines.
Let's see here. Starring Andrew Garfield. FX is Under the Banner of Heaven, the limited series. Well, it's limited. Hey, okay. The little thingy that describes it is under my fucking camera. Okay. Follows the murder of Brenda Wright Lafferty and her baby daughter in a suburb of the Salt Lake Valley. As Detective Jeb Pyre investigates events that transpired, he
His name is
uncovers
actually
buried truths
Pyre.
about the origins of the LDS religion and the violent consequence of unyielding faith. Wow, okay, it's got some. Well, okay, I've heard of Sam Worthington. I forget from where. That's like the only name I recognize. All right.
But his name's actually pronounced Pyre, which is weird.
Okay. It's spelled like pyre.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Yes, what was it? It's spelled luxury yacht, but it's actually pronounced throat wobbler mangrove.
Yeah.
You see that commercial? The guy's saying, "Yeah, I'm ready to join the dumbass family." He goes, "No, it's pronounced Dumas."
Oh,
Mm.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Reminds me of when Barney Stinson signed up for a computer dating service under the name Jack Package, except he goes, it's pronounced Package. Yeah.
Alrighty.
Columbia. Come here, baby. No, huh? I've noticed every time I try to get Columbia to come to me, Xander, Captain Attention Whore himself, will come over instead and edge her out. I love both my kitties, but I'd like to be able to spend more time with Columbia.
Hey, Johnny, how you doing, sweetness? Yay.
Let me see here.
Yeah, you can all blame Johnny Drive-By for my existence on YouTube.
Okay.
Really?
He discovered me many years ago.
See, Xander's up there. You can't really see it because there's so much glare, but he's giving me a look.
Yeah, Johnny saw one of my videos and made a big deal about it, and before you knew it, I had a following. Well, actually, Sylvia had a following.
Well, Purple and you guys pushed me to make my my gardening channel, so.
There you go. Yeah. I will actually go there and watch some of those films one of these days.
You should. I do educational stuff.
Oh man, what did I
Yeah, you
do?
look like you're bleeding a little.
Yeah, I am. Something happened that wasn't supposed to happen. Oh well. If that keeps up, I'll get a piece of tissue or something.
Look after yourself. Jeez.
I'll look before myself or something. I don't know what I did. No one. Oh God.
I swear I'm going to wear out my ankles doing this. But I don't know. At least I'm not going to have my chair pop and drop me out of camera.
That's gonna be infamous, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
It's one for the highlight reel.
But I figure, well, it's weird. until I got my autism diagnosis and really started looking into it, didn't realize just how much of what I do is stimming.
Stimming?
Stimming, yeah.
Yeah,
What
I've
is that?
noticed that myself.
Well, it's like, you know, the sort of stereotype of a an autistic person, like really nonverbal autistic person, just sort of rocking back and forth constantly.
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah.
I mean, that's stimming. It feels good to do it. It's kind of calming.
Okay, okay.
It's basically a shortened version of self-stimulation.
Ah, Toyo Karasa.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that I mean that's what stimming means. And so it's things like rocking or like fidgeting
Hand
or
flapping for
hand
some people.
flapping.
I only do
Yeah.
that when I'm anxious as fuck.
I would touch my hair.
But yeah,
Uh,
I actually think it's why, like, you know, when you see, say, for example, Stevie Wonder, who's blind, for those of you who don't know, you know, like doing this constantly, I
yeah,
figure
yeah,
he's
yeah.
stimming too. I don't know if he's autistic or if it just feels good, but yeah.
I think that's
Like, I
one.
didn't know that for the longest time. I wondered why he was constantly waggling back and forth. Now I know.
That's one of
Feeling the
those.
music.
That's one of those things they call blindism. Ray Charles would do that too.
I see, said the blind man. I heard that,
To
said
his
the deaf
deaf wife
man.
who was listening to their mute son recite poetry while the lame dog danced a jig. Yes.
Uh huh. Uh, oh my.
I always heard it as I see, said the blind man to his deaf dog while pissing into the wind. It's all coming back to me.
Oh dear. Yeah, I'd never heard that one before.
Then there is. I see, said the blind carpenter as he picked up his hammer and saw.
Oh,
Mm.
funny enough, after the painter finished painting our house, he goes up to my mom and says, "Can you drive me home? I'm legally blind."
Okay.
Ooh.
It's a real story.
Yeah. It is
Uh,
good to be able to drive again now that I don't have the seizures anymore. Like for a while, I wasn't sure if I ever would.
okay. Well, that little bit of mobility must be really great, right?
Well, here's something that's kind of interesting, actually. Like, I was a little worried how I would get around some places, especially if I moved back here to Vermont, because you know, you a little bit need a car for a lot of things, especially in wintertime. But for the duration of the pandemic, and who knows, maybe even further, all public transportation is free. Like all of the buses, like you can just hop on the bus. You don't have to pay a damn thing.
They're still doing that. Oh wow.
Yeah, and honestly, if I don't know how they're paying for it, but if they kept it up, I think it'd be a great example to the rest of the world, frankly, because public transportation, I mean, the only thing that's wrong with the public transportation here is like, oh, buses run every half hour. You know,
Yeah,
it's
huh?
like not the
Yeah.
most convenient thing in the world, but if public transportation ran constantly and it was super convenient, I think people would use it all the time and it would be a big old help to a lot of things, you know. Now I remember seeing this meme where it showed like all these people who commute by car and then the same number of people fitting in just one bus
Mm-hmm.
But
kind
if
of thing. So
but if they
it's
ran all
like,
the time, they wouldn't be able to force people to buy cars.
yeah, but still, I mean, honestly, I would have done so much better in San Diego if the buses had been free.
Yeah, Pittsburgh ran free bus service for the first, oh, I don't know, maybe 4 months of the pandemic. But then they quit, which was unfortunate.
There are some features of my car that took a little getting used to, but now I'm like, oh. For example, they have what's called lane assist, where it tries to keep you in the middle of the lane you're in. And feeling the steering wheel steer for me was a little disconcerting at first,
Ooh.
but
Uh,
now it's actually very helpful. Although my car and I disagree a little bit about where the middle of the lane is.
Yeah.
But even so, I mean, like, because there are places in Vermont that not only have next to no shoulder, but a ditch on the other side. And I'm like, I want to run a little closer to the center line, please.
Mm-hmm.
But it's actually helpful if you suddenly find yourself like in a state of road hypnosis, which does happen. It's got some other funky features, like if you sort of space out at a stoplight and the car ahead of you starts to move, the car will tell you about it.
Okay, okay.
It's like there's this little ding, and if you look down at the control panel, it says like lead car has started to move. It's just a way of telling you to get your ass in gear, dummy.
That's not bad.
Yeah. Although I think the one thing that I find frustrating is it tries to pair the music to my dad's phone instead of mine, like by default. But also, like, if he gets a phone call or a text message, my music shuts off.
That's
Oh,
weird.
okay.
So, I mean,
Check the
pluses and
settings.
minuses.
Check the settings because usually when pairing, like it pairs for phone calls and it pairs for music, and it can be paired for separate devices for those things. So you can go into the settings, and my car's even older and it does the separate pairing. So that might be something to look into.
Well, it's a thing. I don't know. I'll figure it out.
Yeah, it's my son's iPad that always ends up paired in the car so he can listen to his music. Same
Yeah.
song on repeat
Oh gosh.
for an hour and a half.
I'm not that bad. I listen to a lot of things over and over, but I'm not that bad. It's not just one song.
I need to make another or a disc for my car. I still have
need
the
to
CD
make-
players.
I need to make a new playlist for like driving specifically. Because I mean, I have a few playlists that are themed, but if I'm going to be driving and I want to drive like with a lot of energy or whatever, I have some songs that are perfect for that, and I really should make a driving playlist. It's funny how many of my playlists have like a ton of overlap, like the same songs are in 3 or 4 different playlists, but there's also other songs that are in some and not in others, and vice versa, just to create a mood. And that's actually the problem I have with a lot of things like Pandora and Spotify and whatever, where you give it a seed song and it tries to create a playlist for you, and it doesn't agree with me on what a song's like what qualities of the song should be used to find other music. Like I'll give it one of Roxette's most fast-paced upbeat songs ever, and I get ballads back because like the system thinks, oh, Roxette, you mean like it must have been Love and Listen to Your Heart, right? And I'm like, no, I mean like June Afternoon, How Do You Do, and Sleeping in My Car, you bastard.
I mean, Listen to Your Heart is honestly one of my favorite songs.
Well,
though.
sure, but it's not what I want when I give it Sleeping in My Car.
Yeah.
I mean, like, but all these things they don't listen to the quality of the music. They think, okay, genre and time era, like time period, and that's all they think about. So it's like, yeah, great, you gave me back like some Cyndi Lauper. Awesome. I love Cyndi Lauper. But Girls Just Want to Have Fun is nothing like the song I just gave you.
Yeah.
Ah, well.
But you know what are you going to do?
Complain, obviously.
Well, obviously. But I mean, like AIs are not perfect, algorithms are not perfect. So
Well, that's why I'm building my own darn playlist. The only problem with that is it's very difficult sometimes to find new music that fits my taste. I mean, I've even asked people, and I've stopped asking people at this point. I'm like, okay, here are the 4 or 5 qualities about this song that I really like. Help me find something, draw that Venn diagram. And they'll pick maybe 1 or 2 qualities that where the rest of the song doesn't fit. But sure, it's like very letter of the law, not spirit when I get those suggestions, and it's frustrating. I've stopped asking because no one gets it right. So, like, maybe if I could sit someone down and say, these are the songs I'm talking about, these are the qualities, and I could like have a real conversation about it. But trying to do it over Facebook.
I'm not sure people are picking up what you're asking.
Say that again?
I'm not sure people are picking up on what you're asking.
Well, I mean, even when I phrase it, help me draw the Venn diagram, they still don't get it. And it's not worth it anymore. I just have to go around like exploring shit. I don't know. It's very shooting in the dark, though. Oh, well, what you gonna do?
Oh my.
Complain, as you said.
There you go. I don't know.
Where are we?
Someplace.
There we are.
It is so difficult to look into a camera or a mirror or whatever and not make wacky faces.
Yeah. Oh, and hi, Spackle. How's it going?
Give me a minute here.
Oh, yeah. Didn't see you coming in. Does that say moose heart? Bull heart? What is that? Oh, ox. It's an ox heart. Okay. I see.
I mean, it could also be moo love, considering Diana does say moo a lot.
Well, okay, but right above it says howdy ox. So I figure that's supposed to be an ox and a heart.
Probably.
I'm starting to get hungry. I think those chicken nuggets I had weren't enough. Either that or it's been a bit of time since we started. That could be it too.
Yeah, starting to get a little hungry myself.
So I finally put all of my DVDs and Blu-ray on that shelf over there. It's like this big lazy Susan rotatey thing. Let me get this stupid blur doohickey off. Where'd the there it is. Visual effects, bada bing. There, yeah, it like holds about 1,000 discs, and I've got like I even have some empty space down at the bottom, and like I tried to save some room for more animated stuff. I have less animated stuff than I thought I did, but yeah, put all the Britcoms on their own shelf. Red Dwarf, So yeah, that was a bit of a project right there. I mean, after a while, I just got sick of trying and just started throwing stuff on the shelf because it was like, oh man, this one disc belongs in the sci-fi section and that entire side is packed. I would have to like take a whole bunch of stuff out and start moving it to the other side. It was, it was like playing Tetris in a way, or Jenga. I don't know. Okay. Where'd Diana go anyway? Okay, she's saying something, but too far away to hear it.
She's lying down.
Oh. Something about seeing Phil.
She's not feeling too well.
Oh, okay.
It
And
happens.
that's just talking in tongues.
Yeah, that's just her gibberish.
Ew. So if we just run out of things to say?
I guess.
Well, I don't want to, push Diana to be a part of conversation, Like, I feel bad for her.
Well, true, but what I mean is that the three of us really just sort of, ran out of steam, too.
I've just been adding to this list here. The little HTML webpage thing I put together is just a bunch of list of spells pulled from games and anime.
Oh,
It's not really anything. It was just practice to do HTML. Well, I figured I'd do something that looked interesting.
See, I'm looking down at number 11 there, and I can create water, but it's not drinkable. Just saying. Sorry, I know I'm a complete child.
But it's all about like just having fun and enjoying yourself.
Still a complete child and taking that one completely the wrong way.
I believe that one came from an anime. Or D&D. I'm not sure which. Possibly both.
So I want to create a character in D&D who's like, I think it's the sorcerers are the ones who don't have to prepare their spells ahead of time. They can just sort of like decide what they want to cast and all that. But what I want to do is create a character who claims to be a bard and who like she uses her instrument to focus her spells, but she's really just casting sorcerer spells, and the like loot or whatever is completely superfluous. Like doesn't need it at all, but fancies herself a bard. You know, I mean, it's silly, but so am I.
Just makes it look like she's using it as their way of casting, huh?
But maybe even believes it. Believes, yeah, I'm a bard, and tells everyone I'm a bard, but in terms of the game mechanics, really isn't.
That was kind of how I rewrote Juggernaut in my own little X-Men fanfics. Basically, he's actually a mutant in mine, but he thinks his powers are coming from the crystal.
I don't know a lot about Juggernaut. In fact, almost everything I know comes from. He was in Deadpool 2, right?
Yeah.
That's about it.
Okay, I won't get too much into it since you're reading the X-Men comics in that omnibus.
Yeah, I've been sort of going slow. You know how these days, like when people go to the John, they tend to bring their phone. Well, I've got that omnibus sitting on top of the toilet tank, and so if I'm going to be in there for a few minutes, I open it up and start reading. And I'm on the part where the Submariner shows up.
Okay, yeah, he's Juggernaut should be later on in that from following it correctly as to what issues are in there.
They've already done this whole like, oh, if you want to know what's happening, see Fantastic Four number fill in the blank, and I'm like, oh man, all these crossovers, and I have no idea what's going on. I mean, I figured it out from context, but still, I know nothing about the Submariner.
He's
kind of a not hero, but not villain. Like
he's anti-hero. He was one of the first characters that Marvel ever created. Possibly.
And is it just me, or is his name Roman backward? Prince Namor? I mean, come on.
Maybe. Not sure where they came up with the name.
I mean, I don't know if that's actually what it's meant to be, or if they just thought Namor sounded good, but it is Roman spelled backward. I don't know. Maybe it's just my neurodivergent ass who reads everything backward to see if it's a thing. Like, if it ever sounds even a little bit weird or off the beaten path, I check it to see if it's like backward or a palindrome or a spoonerism or something. And it's weird how often I'm right. Like, I remember watching Good Omens. I was looking at one of the cars had Sid Rat, and I'm like, that's totally TARDIS backward.
I mean, it makes sense because David Tennant,
Yeah. But even if I didn't know that, I would have noticed that it said TARDIS backward, and I would have been like, hey, wait a sec. It's kind of like if there's a license plate that says 3MTA3, I'm like, yeah, gotcha.
So, like, I have been watching, like, I finally started getting caught up on Westworld. I don't know, like, there's something about that show that just fascinates me, where it's like, yeah, I could see human beings essentially making AIs that they could torture.
Oh, you're right about
What?
Namor. Namor,
Oh,
yeah, it was Roman backwards.
go me. I got to a point in Westworld where I just couldn't keep watching. Like, I enjoyed the first season or two, and then I was like, eh.
The most recent season, the one that's still airing, it's completely different. Like, it's not actually taking place at Westworld. It's taking place, in a city outside of Westworld. Like, because Westworld's on an island, and like the main core of the story, like it's interesting, and like I don't know if you care about spoilers.
Not at this point.
So basically, um, Dolores like escaped Westworld with a few pearls, which are their consciousness basically. Um, and people thought, she had brought other people with her, but no, she just made copies of herself and then put them in different bodies to essentially try to change human society. But one of them, like, kind of took a turn and became a bit of a variant and then decided to essentially subjugate humans, um, and used a biological agent to infect the children so that there's this sound tower that it sends out these like sub-audible things that actually control the humans around them. And she's just bored now. She's like, made a point of, when the gods in Rome and Greece visited the humans thought that they were being blessed. But did you ever think that maybe it's because the gods were bored and were looking for something to do? And like she uses the sounds to make everyone dance around her. One person's playing the piano until his fingers start bleeding, and like she makes them make a chair out of their bodies so she can sit on it while talking to another one of her kind. And then there's this weird thing that's happening now, late, like it just happened in like the most recent episode, not the one that just aired, but the one right before it, the last one I saw, where they essentially have the hosts, and they are, doing kind of what was done to them to humans, where they allow, they use the mind control stuff to allow the hosts to basically sleep with and do what they want with humans. They're just not supposed to kill them because they're harder to replace than hosts, because you just print yourself a new body and you're fine. And there are hosts that when they come into contact with people who kind of wake up from the mind control, like they resist it a bit, they start acting like crazy people. It's like you see that there's the tower, like nobody can see it when they're under the control, but the crazy people, like the crazy homeless people, can. And then sometimes when hosts come into contact with them, it infects them. So then the hosts end up taking their own lives, and there's this weird thing going on. And I'm curious to see how it all pans out. Like now it's just piqued my interest of how are they going to make this work, because it's gone completely away from what it originally was, and it's just interesting to me.
I don't know. Well, I mean, for starters, there's a lot of naked people on that show. But second, I mean, like, I've like even since like early childhood, really, have always thought that I could make friends with an AI, and that person should not be a term limited solely to humans. Like, I think of my cats as people. They have distinct personalities, they have an awareness. I would have a hard time doing them harm because they're people and they're good people. And so, if I encountered AI like that, maybe I went to Westworld or one of the other worlds, because I know they have other ones, and like started interacting, I think some part of me would rebel and would be like, I can't keep doing this because
Yeah,
they're
they have an awareness. It's not.
I would have a hard time being one of those people who goes around killing and raping everyone. In a way,
Yeah.
I'd feel weird just being there. you know?
It is exploitative
Mhm.
of the people. And the fact is, there's going to be a time when we have like AIs where we have like robots with AIs that they'll essentially be machines, they won't have the self-awareness, or true sentience. But I
Well,
do
why
believe
not?
there will eventually be a time when there is true sentience and self-awareness. And,
Okay.
that would be when I would say, protected personhood status. But when it is just an AI where it's no different than a Roomba, just more advanced, where it has its set protocols. It's like it washes dishes, it can cook a meal, like the kind of like iRobot thing, not Sunny, because Sunny was self-aware, but the other robots weren't, though they did start to evolve, like, but before Sunny, before the robots actually started to evolve and have more self-awareness, the original robots in iRobot were very much just machines that were very complex in what things they could do, but they were still machines. I wouldn't consider those people. But again, once you have that self-awareness, once you know, reach the point where, you go outside of like that core programming, you evolve in a way, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. That all of this comes up in like season 2 and 3 of the Orville, like all of it.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a point where it's like it's just an advanced toaster, and then there's a point beyond that where it becomes a person, But we're not even an advanced toaster stage. Like, we're starting to get
Yeah.
there with some of them.
Well, there's
But
some like AI out there that you can use, and the biggest flaw in all of them is they can't really remember what you said to them more than 3 sentences ago. And so it's like you can't really have a conversation that has any kind of continuity. That's really the big problem, I think, with AI. I don't know how memory works in the head meats, much less how we would simulate anything like that with machinery.
But yeah, once we got to Westworld level of like, just because they could be erased, it didn't mean that they weren't self-aware. Like, they believed themselves to be real people. At that point, like, no, I would consider them people, not machines.
And the thing about Westworld that kind of bothered me a little bit is I didn't see the kind of simulation or world or whatever that I would want to go to. Where's Space World?
Yeah, they didn't have a
They could have
space
showed
world.
like Samurai World or whatever.
And
But
then
where
they
the hell is
had
like Star Wars World?
they had like a fucking Africa world, like where it was like you would go on safari, like that kind of thing. And then Westworld, which was the flagship. And then there was the like Gilded World or something, which comes up in the season, like when essentially the company is taken over by Dolores's variant, and she uses the opening of like a Gilded Age 1920s style Westworld in order to infect people with flies carrying the mind controlling bacteria.
But yeah, I mean, honestly, it's like I mean, I've said it many times before. If I ever found myself like literally in Star Trek, I would go into a holodeck, set it to Star Wars, and never leave. Although at this point, I might set it to the Orville and never leave. I don't know.
Well,
But
no.
even so, I mean, like that's the kind of thing I would want. It always seems like the fantasies I have, the fantasies that I want, end up being the ones that get ignored the most.
Okay, so it just opened recently. It's here in Orlando. It is very expensive, but they actually have a Star Wars
Oh,
experience. It's a 2-day thing. There are no windows. Like,
I've heard
everything
of
is a
this.
screen, and you get like an app so it can keep your itinerary. They have a shop so you can buy clothes to actually cosplay and really get into the role. They have food inspired by different like planets and drinks and such, and you can either side with the Empire, you can side with the Rebels, and
Are you talking about
the
that
Jedi.
hotel?
Yes,
Mhm.
it is a hotel here in Orlando, and it's very expensive.
I
Yeah,
heard it's gotten really shitty reviews.
Yeah.
Carlin,
same
Super
here.
Carlin brothers really enjoyed it.
Well-
They loved it.
One person I heard a review from who apparently went there said they had them playing Space Bingo.
But I watched the review from the Super Carlin brothers, and they really, really enjoyed it.
Well, I don't know. And how dare they not call it Orlando Calrissian? I'm just saying, you know.
In fact, I think they closed it down, or it's not really going very well.
Well, and it probably doesn't help with the whole pandemic thing.
Yeah. I mean, it did open during the pandemic, so, that's going to stifle things a bit. But I still want to go.
I'm not so sure about theming it around the sequel trilogy either.
Yeah, that is one of the things that, and I've mentioned this before, but it's been a while, that really bugs me is, for me, the part of Star Wars I loved best was Rebels versus Empire. I love that part. But every video game, for example, that comes out that has a story is not centered then at all. Not at all. But if it's pure ass action, yeah, okay, they'll set it during the rebellion. But there'll never be a story where you are playing a rebel in an RPG. It doesn't happen.
Well, I mean, I think the closest would probably be like Jedi Fallen Order, where you're a Jedi in hiding,
But see, that's the
after
thing. I
most
want
of
something
the-
that there was more than Force users to Star Wars, goddammit, but they never focus on that. It pisses me off. Even Star Wars Rebels had to have a character who was a Force user.
I mean,
You know,
really get down.
it's like
None
I
of
love
the
to see.
MMO.
It's so frustrating that they think they have to have a fucking lightsaber somewhere.
And the Force users weren't they supposed to be like rare?
Yeah. It's just it's so annoying. It's like the part of Star Wars I love best is the part they've decided is relegated solely to fighting, and that's it. Solely to action. No story, no characters, no nothing. It pisses me off.
I mean, I've always been partial to the Force users because, like, I tend to play magic users in role playing games. So, same diff,
But I mean, just saying, like with the Star Wars tattoo and all that, and hell, I mean, it's not Star Wars, but what am I wearing? Right? Defending the frontier against Zerg and the Kodan Armada, fighter pilot, etc., etc. I mean, that's the part I love, and that's
Did
the
you
part
like Rogue One?
What? No,
Did
I
you like
hated
Rogue
Rogue
One?
One. Hated it. With the white hot fury of 1,000 suns, I fucking hated Rogue One. Number one, complete tone shift from Star Wars. It was so dark. Number two, the characters were flat and uninteresting. I didn't care about them enough to even remember their names. Their deaths meant nothing to me. It was just a terrible movie. I don't know why people like it.
I didn't hate it. I just thought it was meh.
It's just like that is focused on, the rebels and not really any Jedi shit.
But it seemed like, well, number one, the blind dude clearly wished he was a Jedi. But even so, it was just pure action. It was like watching somebody else play a video game. I'd like to see something with a little more intrigue. Like someone who infiltrates the Empire. Or like, okay, a while back I started a fan film, and I really should do something with it, where it's basically a bunch of rebels going out to the Outer Rim to try to recruit other worlds by saying, look, eventually the Empire will get to you, and we need allies. Join the rebellion so that the Empire doesn't take you over. And it centers around a group of rebels who show up at this one world at the same time as the Empire. And of course, hilarity ensues from that. That's the kind of story I would like to see in a fucking video game or movie.
I think they did something like that in one of the Clone Wars episodes.
Oh, but that's the Clone Wars. It's not the rebellion, is it?
I don't know. Like, I mean, it is clear that, Lucas was partial to his space wizards. Like, they were his favorite.
Yeah, but Disney cranked it up to 11.
I mean, Lucas kind of did too. Like, if you look at the original series, and then look at the prequel films, look at how Yoda speaks. It's like he kind of just cranked the Yoda speak up to 11.
I don't know. It's just like I was a really little kid during the original trilogy. I mean, I think I was like what, 7-ish when Jedi came out, and I remember thinking the Battle of Endor was one of the coolest things I'd ever seen. Like the whole thing with Luke and Vader, it was all right. But like just attacking that second Death Star, I mean, I've never seen anything like it. And I mean, not until the next to last episode of the Orville, oh my gosh, that was so cool. That was like Return of the Jedi level stuff. I loved
I
it.
think they should have flipped those two episodes around.
I
9 and 10.
agree. I agree. The like season finale probably should have been more epic. I agree.
I mean, but then when you think about it, like what ends up happening, like if you follow, not only just the extended universe, but also like the new extended universe where, Luke trains Grogu and, Grogu leaves, and then all the shit that went down with Luke's students and with Ben, and like it kind of makes sense that, it would be a little less epic with how things end up, but you wouldn't have known that then.
Well, I mean,
So,
then almost everything I cared about got negated by the expanded universe and by what Disney did. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, when Jedi was over, the Rebels won, there was a New Republic, and that's it. There was no reason to continue the story after Jedi, as far as I'm concerned.
but one thing that, from The Mandalorian, which is my favorite thing of the new stuff, it it kind of makes sense that, the new republic, it only really cares about the core worlds, and that things haven't really changed at all for the outer worlds, and in some ways even got worse because the republic is focused on the inner core worlds around Coruscant. And so on the outer rim worlds, like things like are worse, after the fall of the empire, because the empire was doing its whole imperialism of building up areas, and there was government. It was fascist, yes, but it was better than lawlessness.
See, the thing is that for me, that is taking Star Wars into a realm that Star Wars never was during the movies. It's adding way too many layers. I liked the just sort of straight up good versus evil. I liked these are the good guys, these are the bad guys, white hats, black hats. I liked that about the movies. Like getting too deep into politics and stuff. I might as well just watch Babylon 5.
Yeah, I mean Babylon 5 was good, but yeah, no, I don't know. Like I like worlds that make sense, and like what I mean by that is I like when they get into the nitty-gritty where it's like, yeah, the good guys win, but for the average Joe on the outer rims, things actually either stayed the same or got worse because there's more lawlessness out there because the republic is focused on just those core worlds.
To me, that just seems like taking the victory and making it shitty. I liked the victory. I liked the okay, everything gets better now. I
I guess
liked
I like
I
the
like
more
let me
realistic.
put it this way. I like a happily ever after ending. Damn it.
Fair. I know that happily ever after doesn't exist. Like
That's
I
why
tend to
I
be
watch
more realistic
fiction.
on those things. So I prefer things that are more tied to realism, where, realistically, like think of how many people, yeah, the rebels blew up the Death Star because it was a planet destroying machine, but hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of innocent people who are just working, as janitors on the Death Star. Not all of them are stormtroopers, not all of them are Sith lords or evil like grand moffs. Like it's there were a lot there's a lot more support staff that goes into it,
Yeah, but the thing is that like that just see, yeah, the real world is like that. But I watch fiction, I read fiction, all of that for an escape. from that realism. I don't want to have to wallow in the real world in my entertainment. That's defeating the purpose for me, you
And
know?
that's fair. Like
You probably
everybody takes what they are going to get from different media. Like I said, I just tend to prefer the more realistic.
you'd probably like The Expanse,
Which one are you saying that to?
Kitty.
Hmm.
I don't think I've seen that.
You, Kate, I don't think you'd like it.
No, I gave it a try, and also I keep mixing it up with dark matter, but I was just not into it. No, 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 no. The closest to that I enjoyed at all was Firefly.
Firefly was good. I saw Serenity in theaters. And I liked Serenity just because like I liked how it kind of I don't know, it tied up some loose ends and it again had that dark gritty realism,
Which is not what I wanted. The show was a bit more lighthearted, and they also did not kill off my favorite character. Thank you very much indeed.
how does
So,
Joss Whedon clean his car? He washes it fucking
mhm.
wooden pole
And
through the front of it.
also hate that they cast David Krumholtz. I hate that guy. And it just like Serenity was almost everything I didn't want. And I hated how they basically turned River into Ninja Buffy. Like I liked that she was the more intellectual character. They already had a badass that was Zoe. We did not need that out of River. Like I would have been happier if she'd been more of a psychic, kind of thing.
I mean, she
Also,
kind of
I
was.
really wanted it to turn out that the Reavers were going to have like a society. Like if Firefly is a Western, then make them the misunderstood savages. Where it turns out that like sure they go around killing a lot, but it turns out that they actually are not just like chemically induced zombies. I hated that too. It just reduced them down to nothing. And I don't know. I didn't enjoy it. It was everything I didn't want.
But yeah, no, like I liked Firefly. I loved Serenity. Like I really did. But you know, I could see how it's not for everybody, especially if your sole reason for consuming media is feel good escapism.
Basta così.
I mean, like, I'm trying to think. There's very few, like, dark endings that I've enjoyed, and they've almost always universally been comedic dark endings. You know? It's just, I don't know. I don't know.
There was one scene in The Expanse I thought was kind of funny. The guy looking for his daughter, or finds his daughter, or finds basically the kidnapper, and he's like ready to kill the guy. And there's another guy there who's like, "No, this isn't you. You're not like this." He escorts the father out, closes the door. Or the guy who's the kidnapper was like, sighs of relief. Guy turns around, like, "I'm that kind of guy," and shoots the guy. That I thought was funny.
Well, for some reason, it sort of vaguely reminds me of Deadpool, at the end where Colossus is giving that speech
Yeah, it was a
and
little
just,
bit like that. Yeah.
plugs Francis. I enjoyed that.
I mean, like even the anime that I consume tends to be on the darker side. I mean, I I will sometimes watch, a feel good like slice of life or like a shonen or something, but I much prefer like the darker things like Higurashi or Elfen Lied or really any number of other like just really dark, kind of depressing when you think about it things. Because, like, for my escapist media, I don't mind if it's shittier than, like, real life, as long as it's somewhat realistic. Like, I love dystopian flicks as well.
Well, you got
Um,
ReZero, where they basically torture the main character.
yeah,
I
that,
mean, we're gonna talk dystopian. Even my favorite dystopian things are kind of weirdly upbeat, like Demolition Man, for example. is clearly a dystopia disguised as a utopia.
Yeah, I'm more of a Brave New World 1984 type.
I don't know. Closest I get to that is like V for Vendetta.
V for Vendetta is fantastic. I fucking love that film.
Now,
I watch it every
it's
5th of November.
so wildly different from the comic, I gotta say. It's also one of the few movies where they had a loose end that I didn't care about. Like by the end of it, like when it started, I wanted to know who the hell V was, but by the end of it, I didn't give a shit. You know, it's like we didn't need to know his identity; it didn't matter.
Because it was about the idea, not the man.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, Watchmen was pretty good. I thought the movie ending of Watchmen was so much better than the comic. Like, because they actually made sense of why do I keep Dr. Manhattan, like why he left, didn't make a lot of sense in the comic. In the movie, it made perfect sense.
Yeah, and then if you watch the series that came out on HBO, like that was actually really good too. I enjoyed that quite a lot. And it was some people's first introduction to like the Tulsa race like massacre, like the Tulsa massacre, where like the U.S. government literally dropped bombs on Black Wall Street because there was a collection of wealthy Black people, and it was called Black Wall Street, and essentially, like the U.S. government destroyed it. They wiped it off the map, and like it really sucks. And a lot of people were like, you know, that never happened. And then they actually Googled it and they're like, oh shit, it actually happened. Like Tulsa, the Tulsa bombings. And they didn't touch on the Rosewood massacre in Watchmen, but usually when you look up Tulsa, they will like often mention Rosewood as well, which actually happened here in Florida. And there was a place called Rosewood. It was a very predominantly Black community, and a bunch of white racists went in and razed it to the ground and slaughtered a bunch of people. But the Watchmen show like actually did like show scenes of that, and it was really interesting. And I liked that, you know, it kind of expanded more on the world of the Watchmen, especially what happened, you know, decades after the events of the film, because it's taking place, you know, in much more modern times as opposed to like the 60s. I think it's taking place in like a modern day time, you know, but there are also flashbacks to like the 70s and 80s. And it's definitely worth a watch if you haven't seen it and you enjoyed Watchmen.
Well, I enjoyed Watchmen, but honestly, none of that sounds like the kind of thing I want to enjoy. It's like, okay, when someone, like, I forget where they tried to ban that graphic novel Mouse, and I was like, and everyone was saying, everyone has to read this thing. I'm like, you know what? I can figure out Holocaust bad without having to, like, absorb material that will probably disturb and depress me. You know, I can figure out we probably shouldn't go around slaughtering a bunch of people for things about themselves they can't help without having to read a graphic novel about it. You know, so I'd much rather say, I don't know, watch Explorers or Back to the Future again, because that will be enjoyable and I don't need a lesson in my entertainment. I really don't. Life gives me enough lessons. So, I don't know. It's like, hell, even Ready Player One is pretty dystopian but has a happy ending.
I mean, I'll say that the Watchmen show has a bittersweet ending. It's not a sad. I mean, it's a little sad, but there's also like a bit of hopefulness for it, which I like. It especially, you know, when you realize like later in the season the main character that you're following, like when you realize who her husband really is, and you know what ends up happening in that regard. But it was interesting because in the show, it shows that Vietnam is an American territory, much like Guam or Puerto Rico. And in it, the main character is actually born. She's a black woman born in Vietnam. Her father, I believe, was a service member and was stationed there. So she, grew up like there, and then ended up coming to the States, to Tulsa, because that's where a lot of the story takes place. That's why the massacre kind of comes up in it. And she ends up as like a badass vigilante, like cop, like because cops are allowed to wear masks, and she's a cop, and she basically dresses in like the most amazing fucking costume. Her alias is Sister Night, and she is like a badass, like almost like I'd say almost like an assassin cop, but she's not an assassin. She just has amazing martial prowess, and her costume is fucking amazing.
I don't know. I think I'd rather just watch The Boys.
The Boys was also really good. I very much enjoyed that, and I believe that if superheroes were real, that is what we would get, a very corporatized, focused on their numbers, not caring about the common man, everyone who's not as good getting screwed.
Like, I know me, while I was watching that, the only hero I had any respect for whatsoever was Starlight. Because she still wanted to help people. She wanted to be the actual hero.
I don't believe that there would be everybody would be an asshole if they had superpowers, though.
Maybe not everybody, but I mean the fact is Maeve was kind of an asshole, but like the further it goes on, you realize, she's a bisexual woman who's had to suppress her sexuality for fear of the woman she's in love with getting murked by Homelander.
Well, that and it's clear that she wanted to be what Starlight was. Like, she started out like Starlight and just sort of got beaten down by the system.
Yeah, by people like Homelander, and his just complete disregard for human life and the company's disregard for human life.
Well, I am absolutely loving the pain of right-wingers who loved Homelander. Like they didn't realize how much of a villain he really was. Or the one dude, I cannot remember his name. He was Soldier Boy's sidekick, who was running around screaming "All Lives Matter" and all of that, and ended up like massacring an entire Black Lives Matter like rally, sort of in this or meeting or whatever.
He's making
and
an
all
apology.
These right wingers were like, "I loved this guy and everything he was saying right up until the murders," and it's like, dude, don't you realize that he's you?
Well, and here's the thing, it wasn't even a BLM thing. It was literally the community center where the Black hero A-Train was going to get a public apology from the racist hero by saying, hey, you've been over-policing this community and you've been curb stomping these people and hurting them. So he's like, fine, whatever, I'll go make the apology.
Yeah.
No, it was just the community, not just...
Well, no, I mean, it wasn't specifically Black Lives Matter, but part of it is like part of Black Lives Matter is the whole, you are like scapegoating Black people, you're over policing Black people, so it was maybe not Black Lives Matter in name.
Well, I was just saying it wasn't a protest. Because some people will say, oh, well, it's a protest. Maybe he was fighting back against a protest. He was there to make an apology to the community.
No, but
in the
you know what I'm
center.
getting at, right?
Yeah, I was just trying to add a little clarity. That's all.
I don't know. It just, I love the pain of the right wingers who thought all this was awesome and then realize, wait a minute, maybe not. Now, I will say that there are movies where they don't have the most happy ending in the world, even though the good guys kind of win. Like Aliens, for example. Nearly everyone's dead by the end of that. But, my favorite characters get away, kind of thing. So, I mean, there are some dark endings I'm okay with, but even then, the hero's gotta win.
So, how about Starship Troopers? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, I really would love it if they'd make a movie out of the book someday. But thinking solely of the movie, I mean, honestly, I was not very satisfied with it, just because it felt like it was leaving us with a to be continued kind of thing. And
Well, they did continue it.
I see the sort of like anti-fascist message going on there, where but it seemed a little too ham-fisted in a way. I don't think it got its message across properly.
They also made a bunch of sequels that were not as good as the original.
Well, it's so rare for a sequel to be as good as or better than the original. I can only think of
Yeah, but these were really bad.
Yeah, these were notoriously bad. Like, worse than direct to VHS Disney sequels, bad. Like,
Yeah.
fucking Cinderella, like, Stitch in Time, bad. Although, honestly, of the Cinderella sequels, that one's actually not the worst. Like, that one actually was an interesting premise where, you know, the fairy godmother, like, her wand gets yoinked by one of the sisters, and then Lady Tremaine gets it, and then she makes it so that, like, it goes back in time so that the prince didn't, like, she's just lots of time shenanigans, which I always enjoy time shenanigans. But Good Omens was one that I really, really enjoyed.
I like
a
that
lot.
That was fun. That was a lot of fun.
I'm a fan of anything David Tennant's done, honestly. Like, even the new DuckTales, he's the voice of Scrooge McDuck in the new animated DuckTales. And I think it's really great. It's more mature than the original DuckTales, but it still has that, you
I've had
know,
trouble getting
je ne
into
sais
that.
quoi.
The only honestly, if they were going to remake a Disney property like that, I'd say Tailspin, but DuckTales was fun too. I don't know, the only thing about Good Omens that I didn't like is they cut some of my favorite characters. I wanted to see the other bikers who joined the Four Horsemen. You know, like the one dude who calls himself treading in dog shit. The other one who's like things not working even after you've given them a good thumping.
Mhm.
You know, I wanted to see those guys, but like Neil Gaiman said, they were the first things cut just for time and budget, and I was like, oh man.
Okay,
But
so
Omens was great.
what about American Gods? What are your
Didn't
thoughts on
see
that?
it, read the book a long time ago, thought it was okay, tried rereading it, really couldn't get through it. I just wasn't into it.
Let's see. I'm trying to.
It was a tone shift. I didn't care for the tone. You know, it was very dark and dour, and I just wasn't into it. But did you see The Good Place?
Yes.
That was fun.
That
Although
was
I did
good.
not like the ending. I could never see just deciding to stop existing. It's just not. I wouldn't do it. I'd be more like what's her face who decided to be a like an afterlife designer. You know?
I mean, I can understand like stopping existing because I mean, like honestly, that's what I already believe happens when you die. You just
Yeah,
don't
but I
exist.
don't want that. You know, there's so many things that I haven't experienced yet.
So they
It
did.
would take a long, long, long ass time for me to get bored of existence.
So it did.
Especially if I had a whole universe to explore or could like make my imagination go wild. It would be really difficult for me to get bored.
So it didn't really seem like so much they stopped existing as they just kind of went back into the world, kind of spread out. We did
That's
see that
not
one.
the impression I got, honestly.
Well, we did see that one last bit where the guy goes, you know, they start speaking sort of like her after she goes through the door.
I don't know. It just, I don't know. I was left with a bad taste in my mouth at the final episode. It just didn't work for me.
So it's more like they were dispersed back into the universe rather than just not
Well,
existing.
Yeah, but it still
Together.
seems like the self gets lost,
Yeah, the self was lost.
which to me is ending one's existence. I don't like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like how in the book, Roald Dahl's book, The Witches, like, it actually got banned in some libraries and stuff because parents said that it promoted suicide. Because in the book, it wasn't in the movie, but in the book, the little boy, you know, he doesn't change back from being a mouse because he basically said that I don't want to outlive my grandma, so I have about 9 years to live as a mouse, and that's probably about how much time she has left too. So I'll just live out my life as a mouse.
As well, I have to admit that was not an ending I enjoyed.
Whereas it's a much happier ending in the film.
Oh yeah, they made it intentionally to be more happier in the film.
I'm just like looking over at that movie shelf, trying to find anything that doesn't really have much of a happy ending, and most of the ones that I'm seeing are like, they end without really ending. Like District 9 seemed like it was screaming for a sequel.
It's getting one. District
finally.
10.
It really seemed like, well, and it didn't help that I never saw the first 8 District movies. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Come on.
Oh.
But I mean, it just like it left me unsatisfied because it left too many loose ends.
So you'll get a kick out of this. Right wingers and the anti-SJW crowd are losing their fucking minds over District 10 because it's going to be woke. When they're like, the original District 9 was great. There was no politics or wokeness in it. It's like, are you fucking kidding me?
It was like about apartheid, wasn't it?
Yes, it takes place in Johannesburg, South Africa, and it's about apartheid. Like, it doesn't get more, like, political woven into the fucking plot. And they're like, that wasn't political, but now it's going woke.
Well, there's that meme that's been going around where apparently Shatner is bitching, saying, when did Star Trek get political? And it's like, dude, you were there, and it just shows.
I'm wondering if there's more context that was missing from that. Not that would help, but that more context would really help. But I do wonder if there's more to that.
All these people who are wigging out about things being woke, it just sounds like they're saying, dude, don't destroy my illusion that I'm the best.
Oh, this is lovely. GOP senators stripped a provision from the Democrats' climate and health care bill that would have capped the price of insulin through private insurance. Because of course they did. Because of course they fucking did.
It just seems like they're against anything that makes life easier for people who aren't them.
You saw that one thing about the school banning pronouns where the teachers can't use the preferred pronouns in their emails.
It's weird when people say they're banning pronouns. How do you even enforce that? And of course, they're never specific when they say it. They just say, I hate pronouns. And it's like, okay, but what do we call you? They only hate pronouns for the people they disagree with.
Well, apparently this has something to do with the internal emails within the school.
Well, it's not just that, though. I mean, even if it's that in the example you're talking about, I've seen so many others. We all have. All those schmucks who say there's no pronouns in the Bible where Jesus and God are both going around saying shit like, I am he.
So, here we go. About District 9, when it came out in 2009, nobody could have predicted that a South African sci-fi action film with a $30 million budget would rack up over $200 million at the global box office and bag 4 Academy Award nominations. And it says specifically that it was a socio-political sci-fi action film exploring the themes of xenophobia, humanity, and social segregation, aka apartheid. It's right there in the fucking description. We need to teach media literacy in school. Because it has become very apparent to me that a lot of people lack media literacy. The same people that are all for the guy, they're for Homelander till the Nazi shit, or they're for the one guy till he starts killing all the black people. It's like they don't understand. Unless it is slapping them in the face directly, they don't get it. They thought for the longest time that the Colbert Report was serious, that Stephen Colbert was an actual right-winger. They don't understand satire, they don't understand nuance, they don't understand allegory, and so they watch something and they take it at just face value without actually looking deeper into that media.
Oh, and on the whole thing of woke, while I do see people using it as anything I don't like, I have been given the definition that it's a leftist movement ideology perceived as overzealous, performative, or insincere.
Well, I mean, I've started describing all of these terms that right wingers use as just scary word.
Yeah,
It's like all you have
so
to do is say communism,
so
and like that substitutes in for any kind of actual argument. Oh my gosh, they're all communists. Oh my gosh, they're all woke. Oh my gosh, they're all this. They speak solely in buzzwords.
so using the definitions they've given me, something being political doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be woke.
Well, but to them, it's
just-
like
I
I mean, I
know,
get it.
yeah,
There are times when I would like my entertainment to just be entertainment without a fucking message,
Yeah.
But if it has a message, I'm gonna notice, and I'm not necessarily gonna bitch. But these people are like, oh, if there's anything that challenges my ideology whatsoever,
I've
I'm
seen
gonna
that.
throw a fit.
But yeah, I'm just pointing out this is what I've been given as to a definition of what they mean by woke. Because I've noticed there seems to be a talking past each other thing going on between the left and right on that word.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's the sort of point I was making. Is all they have is scary word. The left is scary word, be it woke or socialism or whatever
Yeah,
it
I have
is.
seen it used that way.
It's like the I believe the term is the thought terminating cliche. Where it's like they put someone in a box and now they don't have to pay attention to you anymore.
Well, I've also seen the left do that with the term Nazi.
Well, I guess. But I mean, at the same time, like, even if Marjorie Taylor Greene is not literally a Nazi, she said a lot of Nazi things.
Yeah, I mean, she's a white, Christian nationalist fascist. Like, I mean, she wants a white ethno-state. Christian ethno-state.
Mm-hmm. So,
again, I've also had people tell me, if you don't like this Star Wars sequel trilogy, you're a racist, it's misogynist.
What?
I've had people tell me that if you don't like the Star Wars sequel trilogy, the Disney Star Wars, you're a racist misogynist.
I heard you. I'm just asking for an expansion.
That's it. That's what they said directly, in the post.
Now, when they say sequel trilogy, they mean Disney Wars?
Yeah, the Force Awakens, Last Jedi.
Well, what if they're just poorly made movies? I mean, there's plenty of flicks out there where, they have a female protagonist who isn't white that are awesome, that are very well made. But Disney Wars just fucking sucks.
No, it didn't really suck. It's just you're the misogynist and you're racist.
And well, here's the thing. Like, that is another, just thing. But then there are people that will attack a film that's not bad just because it's gone woke, or it has a diverse cast, or it has, a woman as the lead. Mm-hmm. And so it comes out on both sides, and it's just kind of stupid tribalism.
I think we kind of go overboard on both sides.
Well, here's the one that absolutely knocks me out is like there's all these like male gamers who absolutely love like the street fighting games with the skimpy outfit, or they'll play female characters in an RPG wearing the bikini armor and all of that. But all of a sudden, Grand Theft Auto is woke for having a female protagonist.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly my point. It's like, no, GTA was kind of always woke when you think about it. It kind of has very, like, anti-capitalist, like, sentiments woven throughout the narrative.
Yeah, like I said, I can see both sides going overboard on this.
A female criminal would be fun for these people, but no.
I remember the thing about Metal Gear Solid too. Like, it's now woke.
The right wing threw an absolute fit over like 2 seconds worth of drag queens in a Super Bowl commercial. They threw a fit over the fact that you could give your character in Cyberpunk 2077 a masculine or feminine voice regardless of body type, saying it's pro-trans and all this shit. And it's like, dude, can't you just chill and let people have a little fun?
Yeah, like
it's not hurting you. Like, fucking get over it.
And you have,
It's like, as a child, weren't you ever told that the world doesn't revolve around you?
Apparently not.
yeah, you have the people beating you over the head with the whole racist, misogynist thing for not liking the crappy movie, and then it goes to the extreme where you actually kind of become what they're calling you, because oh, I don't like this any political message suddenly becomes that horrible beat you over the head thing, which is not. It just
Well,
goes
and
too far.
it's like okay, granted, I really like wise ass pilots, which is why Gordon's my favorite character on the Orville. But I think the absolute best character on the Orville is the black single mother doctor who's a physical badass when she needs to be and is in a very strange relationship. She's the best goddamn character on the show. And there was
Yeah.
like this article I was looking at. It was like 10 reasons why the Orville needs to continue. And one of them was her all by herself. You know, if someone wants to call me like a racist misogynist when I am absolutely convinced that Dr. Claire Finn is the best character on that show, fuck off. You know?
Yeah, she's one of my two favorites.
Yeah.
I mean, it very much just comes down to like they think that wins them the argument. I mean, it doesn't, but like
Yeah.
in their mind, it does. It's like checkmate atheists.
Well,
Like
I've been called a racist for not liking rap music, but I like Chuck Berry. I like Stevie Wonder. I like Whitney Houston. I mean, just because I don't like the inner city urban stuff that triggers my autism pretty hard because it's almost entirely percussion, fuck off.
So interesting enough,
I'm not a fan of rap music either.
I mean,
there's a
I
few
liked
songs I
rap
like.
music in the late 80s, early 90s when there was still music and it wasn't like quite so harsh. You know what I mean? Funky Cold Medina, Wild Thing, Bust a Move, all that stuff, I was into it. But then it started getting a lot more like just, I don't know, something about the quality of the actual. It doesn't even matter what the lyrics are or who's singing it. I don't like Eminem either. It just something about the quality of the music gives my autism the fits.
So interestingly enough, a lot of these, I've seen a lot of these people going on, oh, these things, this and that is too woke. Also, really love the Orville.
Ugh.
So figure that one out.
The Orville is woke as fuck. What the hell? It's like I think
Well, I think
they,
that,
they only
again, going
don't
back,
notice the wokeness if it's subtle enough, which is weird because the Orville is like a sledgehammer to the head half the time. I mean, come on, Topa's story arc. Hello?
Well, no, the Turks
did-
thought that was forced conversion, and they saw it as a point on their side of, oh, they're mutilating babies.
It's so weird though, because it's clear that it's about gender identity and not the physical body. You know? I mean,
But I'm just saying, like, the
Topa's
Turks-
physical body was a result of Topa's identity. She was like a girl.
well, I have seen
Yeah.
some do argue Orville being woke with some of the episodes. I have seen that.
I don't know. It's so fucked up. Like just the way these people
But
can't
again,
handle something that steps outside of their expectation for how the world is supposed to be.
and I can see where some arguing, liking the Orville, and still arguing against the woke thing, using the term in that definition I gave of being insincere and such. It's not insincere the way they're presenting it.
Not at all. I don't know. And I mean, there's that planet where everyone has the up and down, to vote someone's popularity kind of thing. I mean, that episode is hard to watch. That shit is scary. I mean, speaking as someone who has been in the middle of these popularity wars with YouTube and all that stuff, that episode is hard to watch.
Didn't China actually implement something along those lines?
I don't know.
Yeah, social scoring, basically.
Ugh.
There was an episode of Black Mirror about that too.
I'm not sure if I got there. I watched Black Mirror and then got distracted and never went back to it.
So basically the episode was essentially whoever had the lowest social score got deleted And so like everybody was fake and insincere because they wanted to be like ranked highly. And yeah, it's definitely worth a watch. And like
Now,
the cool thing about Black Mirror is each one is its own individual unique thing, so you could literally just pick any episode and
I found that
I really want to track down the writer, and I found his name, and I found like some way to contact him. He never got back to me about that one episode with the two guys who are in the fighting game and like virtual reality, and one of them's playing a female character, and they end up like having sex with each other in the game, but in real life it destroys their friendship. The female character, god damn it, was named Roxette, and I want to know if it's inspired by the band or if he just somehow came up with it on his own.
I found that whole episode of the Orville with the up down voting be sort of a commentary on the worst aspects of the left.
I just thought it was about internet culture, frankly.
Yeah, I would say more internet culture as opposed to just the left, because I mean the right very much engages in the same type of like cult of personality
I think
as
it's seen more from the left in the way they presented it.
I don't know. I never even really got left or right. To me, it was just about assholes online. Really.
yeah, it's the Reddit thing of upvoting or downvoting, you know.
Yeah. Well, and even like just on YouTube, like I've seen people make one mistake and become persona non grata on YouTube.
And then there are people that, keep making mistakes and they, don't ever see any consequences for it.
It's just, it's so, I don't know. It made me kind of tense, especially as someone who, has had a fair amount of social awkwardness, with the whole like not even knowing I'm autistic and all that shit. Now, I was not a very well liked kid in school, and it wasn't entirely my fault. Like I didn't really know what the hell I was doing. So, like, I didn't understand why my interactions were being taken the way they were taken. And so, like, the idea that I could get all of those down votes and not know why, it would have been, I don't know, it made me really tense. It made me think it was pretty unfair that popular opinion had anything to do with anything, you know?
Well, I mean, I was actually really brutally bullied when I was a kid too, and in fact, I still have like right here my pinky, like it
Mhm.
actually curves down here, it dips here and it bulges out here. Like you can see, and you can really feel it. It's like a bowl right here. And in elementary school, there was a book reading day. We were supposed to bring in a stuffed animal and a book to read. And I did, and someone took the stuffed animal off my desk and set it on the table in the back. And I went to grab it, and it had been set on a rat trap, and it snapped on my finger, and it destroyed like the end of my finger, and it never healed properly. So like it's also like I have a little bit of issues with this pinky just because of that, and I've had that since like fourth grade because of that. There were a lot of other things that were done too, but that was the one that left the most lasting damage, I would say, as far as like physical damage.
Oh, did the kid at least get in trouble?
Nope,
Of course not.
because their godfather was the vice principal.
Yeah. So, I mean, that episode was hard to watch. There were a couple of others that were pretty relevant, I mean, it's a great show in general, but every now and then there's like one episode I have a hard time with because it's too real.
And that makes sense. But I'm trying to think of like other shows that I've watched and enjoyed that, you might like. And it's kind of hard because like our tastes are just very different.
Almost completely opposite, it would seem.
Yeah.
Now there was one episode of Love and Death and Robots I really enjoyed. It's the one that it's like really fast motion. It almost looks like it's stop motion as well, and it starts with two people fucking in a graveyard and ends up with a global zombie apocalypse.
I don't know if I watched that one. Like, I watched the first few episodes of that one.
I'm not
That's
sure if I saw
really
it.
funny. And then there's the other one with the guy in Scotland who's having a rat problem in his barn, and he keeps buying increasingly more lethal robots to deal with it. That one was pretty good.
Oh, Kitty, have you ever seen the ABCs of Death?
I don't think I have.
That is all kinds of fucked up. Basically, it was a bunch. The ABC, A's for whatever, and they had like short writers, and they had to come up with a theme for the letter, and it had to revolve around death. So it's like a series of short stories. There was
It does sound right up my alley because I do have like a love for morbid and macabre things.
Okay, then you might like a series. Unfortunately, I don't think they ever continued it. They only did one season. But there's this one on Netflix called Sick Note, where it's basically about this guy who gets a misdiagnosis of cancer, and like through that ends up like killing a bunch of his friends accidentally. Like all these horrible things keep happening, and it's all because of this misdiagnosis of cancer and his trying to deal with it. And everyone ends up getting in trouble as a result. It's really demented and twisted, and it's so worth a watch.
Yeah, that sounds interesting. Like, I really liked Swiss Army Man. That one was fucking dark and hilarious. Like, it's a
Whoa.
dark comedy.
Along similar lines, Sick Note has Rupert Grint in it, who played Ron
Oh,
Weasley.
yeah,
So
and yeah, Swiss Army Man had fucking
Daniel Radcliffe.
Daniel Radcliffe. Yeah, Harry fucking
Yeah.
Potter. So yeah, no, I'll definitely check it out. Like, I usually don't go for comedies unless
Mhm.
they're like dark comedy. Like, I fucking love Elvira, Mistress of the Dark. Like, that movie is hands down one of my favorite films. Like, and it's got that like, it's like the dark comedy, but it's a more lighthearted. It's on the lighthearted side of dark comedy.
I like dark comedies when it's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they went there. How was this allowed to be put on screen? Kind of dark comedy, but
Yeah, I can get
not
behind those too.
not. But it has to be funny. It can't be not funny. Like it can't be. It's so dark that you have to laugh. I like more like this is funny because of those horrible things that happened in a wacky way.
Yeah. Well,
You
and
know.
I like just dark and in general. It's like
Well,
I loved Guillermo del Toro's films. Like
right.
Pan's Labyrinth is amazing, and I loved The Orphanage too. And like that one was really dark and depressing.
What are your feelings on Brazil?
I don't think I've seen that one.
Oh, you should. I think you might enjoy it.
Although,
It's Terry Gilliam.
okay, I'll look into it. Like I do know like one of his more recent films. It was on Netflix, and it has Tom Hiddleston in it. It has Loki in it, and I mean that one was dark, but it does have a, a somewhat happy ending insofar as like you know um like justice is kind of served to the bad people, and like the main girl like you know doesn't die. So there's that, but it was Crimson Peak, and it's like gothic Victorian, like it's set in like late Victorian age, and Tom Hiddleston plays a baronet like that. He has a title but no money, and he's looking for like investors, and so he comes to America, and he meets the daughter of a wealthy like he's like an oil baron or something like he's basically just a wealthy American who obviously has no title, but he's got money, so he tries to convince him that hey, this is a good business opportunity, like invest in my invention, blah blah blah. And then like the daughter of that wealthy American businessman like starts to fall for Tom Hiddleston's character, and she like at first was like not interested in a romance at all. She was going to go the Jane Austen thing of she wanted to be a writer. And she like wrote out a book and it got rejected by a publisher because like it didn't like fit what women should be writing. So she decided to type it up instead because then, you know, he wouldn't see the feminine like handwriting, and like it's really really good. And like Del Toro did an amazing job with like the costuming and the atmosphere of the film. And
It sounds like exactly the opposite of what I would enjoy. I mean, I don't like those old timey foppish fashions at all, like at all. I mean,
They
I was
use the
actually in a
fashion to tell
conversation
part of
on
the
Twitter with
story.
some folks recently about their favorite vampires, and like everyone was going, "Ooh, Interview with the Vampire." I'm like, nah, screw that, Lost Boys, baby. You know, give me my sort of 1980s Billy Idol style vampires. That's what I like. Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
and like they were just as queer as Anne Rice's vampires
Well,
too.
sure, but they weren't dressed in lace and ruffles, were they?
No,
They
although
didn't. I mean, I do not like that old timey steampunking. Just I do. No.
it's not so much lace and ruffles though in
Well,
Crimson Peak.
do you know what I'm saying
Yeah,
though?
I know what you're saying.
All right.
But and it's actually part of the thing that they used in the costuming is the outfits that they put the Tom Hiddleston and his sister's character in are actually like 10 to 20 years out of date. Like, you know, it's because specifically they don't have money for the new fashion. They have a title, like, and they have land, but no actual money. And so like that's actually part of the story. And as someone who likes making clothes and is interested in fashion, like that detail didn't escape my notice. And also there's this one dress that the sister wears that it it is stunning, and the way it's designed and the way it comes together in the back, it almost gives it a skeletal look. So she looks almost like an emaciated skeleton in this dress, like while playing the piano. It's not that she's super thin or anything, it's just the design of the dress. It is. I'm gonna see if I can find a picture of the exact scene I'm talking about, because like it was it was just amazing.
I'm just thinking of that line in Firefly where they're looking at that dress that Kaylee likes, and Zoe's like, "Too much foofara. If I'm going to wear a dress, I want something with some slink." You know, I like that. I'm more like Zoe that way. I don't know. It's just it sounds to me like it would absolutely not be the thing I'd want to see.
Oh,
You ever see Near Dark?
I don't think so.
That is a great vampire movie. It's directed by Catherine Bigelow. It's got half the cast of Aliens in it, and it's like they're sort of almost like cowboy vampires in a way, but it's modern, so they're not like cowboys. I don't know. It's worth a watch. Eh.
So
Like too
because
much freaking like ruffles and stuff. That's so not for me.
no, but that's not how they dress regularly. Like I said, it's just her and her brother.
It's not for me.
Let's see, where's the one? Can I zoom in on this? No, too far. So there's Tom Hiddleston in the house, and I don't know. I very much enjoyed it, and I highly recommend it. It is like Guillermo del Toro's stuff tends to be a lot more depressing, and this one it's one of the happier endings for Del Toro, which is why I thought of it. But it's just visually stunning. Cinematography is amazing, and like he tells a story with the color palettes and with the costumes, and I just think it's so great.
I don't know. It's just not my style.
I'm trying to think.
That is difficult.
it's your first
Yeah, I
mistake.
know. My brain doesn't want to work sometimes. It's like you know, ooh, squirrel.
Oh my!
But oh, what was?
There goes the neighborhood. Stool's here.
Oh dear. Yeah, I was actually thinking about taking off. I'm getting very, very, very hungry.
Oh my! Sounds like food is in order, huh?
It
Yes,
does.
food is
And
in order.
honestly, I don't know if I have. Well, I do have some chips and salsa, but otherwise, I don't have anything that doesn't need to be prepared.
I'm gonna have some ramen.
Oh, there's apparently a horror movie coming out from the guy that did District 9.
Mhm.
And it's called Demonic, and I'm looking forward to because it's his first film in 6 years, and I've actually really enjoyed his films. Like I really loved Elysium as well. Um, and he said that he's working on the script now for District 10, so it is going to happen.
Oh, here's open. Anyway, I think I am gonna take off. I'm, like I said, very
Okay.
hungry. So
Sounds
Yeah,
I'll
I
see
good,
you
think.
Liberace.
penises later. Have fun.
Well, you be good, and
No.
no. Okay. Well.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do. It doesn't narrow it down much, but you
Okay.
know,
There you go. There you go.
have fun,
Laters.
sweetheart.
Take care, sweetness. See you
So,
Wednesday, I
Stool,
hope.
are you gonna get your fucking British ass in here, or are you gonna just hide over there in the corner and side chat? You're scared, aren't you?
Oh my. Stool is Stool. What's Stool doing?
I don't know.
He's
Like,
summoning
I made this
Liberace.
shirt that I'm wearing, but like I need to adjust here because like the point here isn't quite good. I'm actually quite happy with like this is like a binding around the neck, and I'm quite happy with how well I was able to match up the stripes
Oh, so
because
you
this is a
made that.
separate piece.
Okay.
This is a separate piece to here, but like this is the one part, and like it came unraveled a little bit here at the end, so I think I'm gonna pinch it in together a little bit more because it's a little like loose here at the lining, like it like bulges a little bit, so I think I just need to like tighten this up a little more like that, and then it'll be perfect. But I'm happy with how the stripes lined up, you know, going on a curve and on a straight, but and it's not perfect, but it's lined up pretty well in the shoulder too, which is hard to do when you're cutting, you know, when you have to follow grain lines in fabric and then you have a pattern, like especially stripes where you've got to like line it up. And like this side too, it's not perfect, but I'm pretty happy with it. You know, I bought shirts with this kind of thing where it will have like the sleeves like that, so it doesn't look like super handmade
Moo.
or homemade, I should say. Like handmade is fine. Like homemade can look a little off. But I mean, do I need to say Stool's name 3 times like Beetlejuice to get him up in here, or what?
Stool, stool, stool.
Right? Very stable milking stool. Very stable milking stool. A very stable milking stool.
Oh my.
Or is he just going to be Liberace today, and we'll just go Liberace, Liberace, Liberace?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go. Oh, say we're gonna say things in triple time now.
I mean, hey, if something's worth doing, it's worth doing multiple times.
Something's worth getting wrong. Well, you might as well do it multiple times.
Well,
Yeah.
and that's the thing. Like, I'll try anything once, just about. Like, with very few exceptions, I'll try anything once. Twice if it's fun, and if it's really fun, a few more times just to be sure.
And most things you can only do once.
Hmm. Reminds me of the old Bugs Bunny Donald Duck thing where they're like doing the stage show, and then Donald Duck essentially like blows himself up and is like, "Oh, that was a great trick." It's yeah, too bad I can only do it once, and then he like floats off to heaven or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
You remember that one?
I'm not sure I remember that one.
Ah, like the cartoons we watched as kids were really fucking dark.
Yeah, they were. Well, a lot of the cartoons we watched as kids weren't targeted to kids. They were the shorts, you know, between the features at the theater for the adults.
It's
And
like
those I really loved.
Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, It was Daffy Duck. Did I say Donald or Daffy?
You said Donald. That was
Okay,
that
no, it was
Disney asshole.
Daffy. Sorry. Fucking D Duck. But yeah, no, it was Daffy Duck that blew himself up. And like Tom and Jerry was really violent. I mean, when you really think about it. And let's see, what was another one? Even Scooby Doo was like, you know, I mean, it kind of like was a little ahead of its time with, you know, it's like subtle anti-capitalist messaging in there because it's always like, you know, the fucking robber baron type that was the bad guy all along, trying to scare people off a property so it could be condemned and built into like a fucking shopping mall or something, you know, like screwing over the little guy.
Moo.
But no, like that is one thing I do miss about like the old cartoons that we used to watch as kids. Like some of the stuff now is just kind of like, or the stuff even a while ago, like I wasn't a fan of things like my sister watched because I mean, granted, it was a little behind my time. Like I wasn't really a kid anymore, but she was really into like the Fairly Odd Parents and other, you know, just shows like that. And I'm just like, I don't know, it just feels so empty and hollow. And I fucking hate SpongeBob. Like I try not to let my son watch it because I just despise that show so much. It just annoys the hell out of me.
I did not like SpongeBob.
It's like I'm not gonna ban him from watching it, but I will heavily encourage him to watch other things. And fortunately, he hasn't really gotten into it. But like SpongeBob's laugh, it is like nails on a chalkboard, and it's like someone's
yes.
clawing at my spine, and I hate it.
Those sorts of really stupid characters annoy me.
Yeah, like, and I'm not a huge fan of Mr. Krabs being just, you know, so greedy that he wants to screw everyone over. Like, I mean, the older I get, the more anti-capitalist I get, you know.
Well, weren't you supposed to go the other direction and become more right?
Yeah, no, because like I'm seeing, you know, fucking just how bad like late stage capitalism is fucking everybody over. And I can't get behind that. Like I'm an egalitarian, you know, like and that an egalitarian worldview does not line up very well with capitalism. I mean, maybe well-regulated mixed economy capitalism where you have a strong social safety net and capitalism.
Yeah, that's what I'm in favor of, personally.
I mean, but I do think that even that will eventually fail and will eventually need to be replaced with something even more socialist than you know, what your current like Nordic model is. Because again, eventually automation is going to take away all the jobs. Like eventually there will not be enough jobs for everybody.
Just yeah, we have to refine what we consider work.
Even if everybody had like a designated robot that worked for them and then they were paid, you know, like a stipend for it, you know, like just something like a UBI system, like what have you. But my idea of like, you know, a perfect economy for now, at least, as like a stopgap measure until we went to a post-capitalist system, i.e. like Star Trek, would be where you have a strong social safety net, where there's a bottom net that nobody can fall below. So you don't have anyone going hungry, you don't have anyone homeless, like you're given, whether you can work or not, you're given enough to be able to survive, like housing, food, you know, that kind of thing. Like you might not have luxuries, but your bare necessities will be met. You won't be worried about whether or not you're going to be able to afford medicine or food, because medicine will be covered and, you know, food and housing will be covered. And then for the capitalist side of things, it would be for consumer goods like computer parts or like cell phones. It's like you can have a free luxury market items. For that, for the luxury items, so long as they're regulated so that they're not going to blow up in your face. You know, as long as they are safe, then let the consumer decide if they want to be Apple or Android. I'm fine with that. Or if you want a Subaru or a Prius, like that's totally fine. You can have free market there as long as it is regulated so that the products are safe.
Yeah, it's like I said, my general rule of thumb is if something that most or everybody in the society needs, there should be some kind of social safety net for that.
Mm-hmm. Housing, healthcare, food, education, all of those things are needs, not wants, and they should be covered, whether you can afford them or not.
I don't see being able to get completely away from capitalism unless we had a post-scarcity world.
Mm-hmm. Which is why I said it's a stopgap measure until we can reach a post-scarcity world.
Now, I'm not really sure how we would be able to pull that off without like some kind of interstellar travel or something.
Well, fusion energy would probably be a good start.
Well, still, you're going to have raw materials that are limited if we're relying on just what we have on this planet.
But it doesn't have to necessarily be interstellar. Like, there are resources on planets here in our solar system.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean,
So if we can get into space and bring back the resources that we can find around us, that might be able
that
to
will give us
realize.
more time to develop interstellar travel. I love Andy's mints.
Then again, if we can efficiently go out to where these resources are and bring them back, we would be able to probably get to another planet too within a few years.
Yeah. But no. I mean, even now, we're not post-scarcity, but if we did a reallocation of resources, everyone's baselines could be met. Nobody in the world has to go hungry. We produce more than enough food.
Yeah, it has to do with the way we distribute the food.
And the way we, distribute housing. Like, the housing market is about to collapse completely because of the fact that you have essentially Wall Street and hedge funds going in and buying up all of like the small starter homes.
Yeah, they just want a bunch of people renting, not buying.
They've priced an entire generation out of the housing market completely.
Yeah, they're trying to cut people out of being able to actually have a home.
Yep, because home ownership is the number one way to grow wealth.
They also don't want people being independent.
And you're much more willing to take a job for less money if you're worried about whether or not you're going to end up homeless.
Yeah, why don't you as a cog?
Mm-hmm. And it's really depressing.
It's predatory.
Absolutely. Like, I mean, it has become incredibly predatory. And we're not the only country that has, predatory capitalist systems in place. However, I think we are one of the worst. Just because other developed countries at least have safety net programs so that, the people at the very bottom, they have less homelessness. They have less issues with people losing everything because they can't access mental health care. There's still people that fall through the cracks, but they're fewer.
Yeah, and that's good examples of how our Overton window in this country is shifted to the right.
That and that, CNN, MSNBC are considered like far left media when really they're, I'd say center, maybe, at most center left, and really only on social issues. On financial stuff, they're center right.
Mm-hmm.
Because this country, like even the Democrats are mostly center right on fiscal policy, but when it comes to social, a lot of them are center left, where it's like they're okay with abortion, they're okay with gay people getting married, like just the basic fundamental human rights that, we should all have. Like, they're fine with those, but they're not going to fight for them.
You could probably count on the number of actual progressives in the Democratic Party on your fingers.
Yeah, and like the GOP is just evil. Like, at this point, I'm willing to actually drop that. Like, and like Republican voters aren't necessarily. I think a lot of them have been just spoon-fed bullshit and propaganda for years. There are some that are, the deplorables, so to speak, that, are the ones that are kind of beyond helping, beyond saving. But the actual politicians, the GOP politicians, are actually fucking evil. I will say that.
Yeah, I do make a differentiation between the voters and the politicians.
I mean, there are some voters that are evil too. They want a white
Yeah,
ethno state. Christian nationalists. Like, yeah,
but
I'd be willing to
that's
say they're
far
evil too.
that's much more a minority though.
My son's got a new habit of he likes his mouth being funny colors. So when we were at my parents' house yesterday, he nicked some food coloring from their
Oh
baking
boy.
shelf, and he's been just nomming down on food coloring. It's
Oh
like, well,
jeez.
it's better than using fucking Crayola markers to get the same effect. At least food coloring is edible.
Yeah.
It's actually funny. There was a a time that he got into my cabinet where this is when I was doing a lot of baking. I was actually making like custom like fondant cakes and stuff. And I had like this black as night food coloring, a big ass bottle of it, and he snuck into the kitchen and grabbed it and dumped it out on the floor and then sat in a puddle of it, just like smearing it all over the place. Like he had magenta colored skin for like a week because I gave him a bath, but like it really stuck because it was
Wait, so
very black. It was super
Does
black.
he
food
look like one
coloring.
of those drows, dark elves?
Yeah, like it was on his arms, it was on his legs, like up his chest. And I took a video because I was out here cleaning up and he was in the other room. And this was one of the things that got me to install cameras so that I can always have an eye on him when he's not in the same room as me because he is a sneaky little shit and will get into anything and everything because my child is like a cat. Yeah, I see you eating the food coloring.
I'm gonna be right back. I just want to go check on my bird and get myself some ramen.
Tweet.
Okay. But
I see that my YouTube is starting to get a little what's the word for it? Jumpy. Let me see if we can refresh. Okay, that might do it a little better.
yeah, like I saw it as like the stream, being a little bit wonky there for a sec.
Daju korostu. Yes, I have no idea what I'm saying.
Let's see. Like I have a whole like album on my phone called Oh Richard, which is where I have like the pictures of the things. This was a couple years ago, but like there was once he got into the flour and made snow angels on the kitchen floor.
Oh, great.
Out of flour, because I had it on the counter, and so when I'm cleaning, it's easier for him to be playing with his toys in the other room because otherwise he'll just bring his toys into the room I'm trying to clean, and it's like So yeah, he very much enjoyed getting into the flour. But yeah, it was kind of a nightmare. So all right, here.
The hell is that? The food coloring incident?
Yes.
Jeez, man, how long did it take you to get that stuff off the floor?
It actually wasn't too bad. It was harder to get off him than the floor. And he's just fucking covered in it. It was crazy. And like let's see, here was the flower incident. He just decided to just play with the flower.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
That looks like the first one.
But no, he was about 2 years old in this one. And he's just, playing with the flower, making snow angels, and
I see that someone has heard his name. Yes.
yes. You want to come say hi? Here. You can say
Hey
Hi,
there.
I'm Mr. That's it, Mr. We're staying after school.
Oh, staying after school? Is Diana in trouble? Is she gonna have to
Uh-oh.
stay after school?
Am I in trouble
I'm gonna
now?
stay after school.
Oh, did you get in trouble? You're gonna have to stay after school now, huh?
If you stay after school, I'll clean all the desks.
Yeah, that'd be the punishment for doing something naughty at school. You have to stay and clean.
I gotta clean my
That's
desk.
clean all. Every day I'll go to school and I'll go potty 3 times.
3 times? That's a lot of times to go potty at school.
I'm gonna go potty again.
Again? Okay, well, if you need to go potty, then go. You don't have to announce it. Make sure you wash your hands, though. With soap.
With gasoline.
kids. Yeah, go potty and wash your hands. Daddy's just cleaning out the car. He is something else, man. Like, I wouldn't trade him for the world. Like, raising him is an adventure. And I really mean that when I say he's like a cat. Because when he, he can be very aloof, where he just wants to be off doing his own thing, like building with his Lego or like doodling on like paper or sometimes the walls. And he's just content to do his own thing. And then when he wants attention, he will literally just like jump in your lap or just start climbing up your body and like hug your head. Just like, pay attention to me.
Sounds like a certain kitty I know.
And
Right,
then
so,
there'll be
yeah.
times that I'll be like, oh, hey, why don't we go play with the cars here? And like, he's playing with the cars, so I'll go sit down and play with the cars with him. They'll get up and go over to the Legos. So I'll be like, okay, then we'll go over to the Legos. And then he'll go back to the cars. I'm like, all right, I get it. You want to play by yourself.
Yeah.
My lips have been really dry lately. So I've been trying to keep some ointment on there. Because, like, that's one thing that I hate is when my lips get really dry, like, they can crack, and it's very uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's true.
So I guess Stool just did a drive-by then. Like, he came in, said hi, and then fucked off.
Okay.
Because he hasn't said anything else in the chat, unless I'm missing it. I don't know.
That's our stool.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, hey. To each their own.
30 plus 60 equals 90.
That's right, 30 plus 60 does equal 90. You have a head for numbers. Mommy does not.
I have a head of numbers.
Well, yeah, you like numbers. You like math.
I love solving math.
You love talking math. Well, go talk math with Daddy. He's the one with the engineering degree, not Mommy. Mommy was more the biological sciences. Much easier for my head to wrap around than math. I always struggled with math. Like when I took the college placement tests, I got like top marks in every area except math. So when I went to college, I had to take remedial math before I could even take the math that I needed for the degree I was working towards.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it kind of sucked because I still struggled in that math class too. Like math was not for me, I had to like take pre-algebra before I could take, fucking pre-algebra and then like college algebra, and it was a lot. I did a lot better in like the psychology class and like sociology and like English lit, like that was fine. But yeah, I've always really struggled with math. Just it's never been my thing. What about you?
Oh, I miss academia. I really do. I was well, the first time I was in school, I was reading for a math degree. The second time I was in school, I took a neuroscience degree,
Mm.
and was that second time around, I was working in a lab. We were mapping the vestibular system, the balance system of kitties,
Oh,
and
that's cool.
that was a whole shitload of fun. But I had wanted a PhD, but unfortunately I fell ill, and my plans went down the toilet.
Yeah,
So
I wasn't able to finish college either. It just with my condition, it got too hard to focus on the academics, and my grades started slipping, like even in the classes that I loved the most. And
yeah,
so I
yeah.
wasn't able to finish, which was kind of a bummer. But, had I finished, I would have a very different life than I do now, and I wouldn't have my son. I mean, so I can't complain.
Tayo Corozo.
I
Yeah,
mean, I might
it's
have a child, but it wouldn't be him, and I can't imagine like a world without him in it.
okay. It's what was I thinking here? I forget. Oh well, such is life. What, honey? What is this cat? There is a cat who wants
There is a
attention.
cat who wants attention. Like that's
Yes,
very much like my son when he wants attention. He'll just literally climb into my lap
standing on
and
my
be like,
tit.
"Hey,
Why are you standing on my tit?
thank you.
I got a couple of them.
You did, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh,
It's a nice
some
little
people's
snack for
kitties.
mommy."
I don't know what I would do without you,
I
little
love
one.
these things. Slim Jims are one of my favorite things
Oh
ever.
yeah, I remember those. Too much salt, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Well,
but they're very tasty snack.
a renal diet is very easy to follow. You don't eat and you don't drink.
Well, I mean, you can have water, and water,
Well, you have to be very
and
careful about how much water you have, though, because with kidney failure, most of the time you're not pissing anymore.
yeah, and you don't want to have your water levels go out of whack, which could kill you.
Right? Yeah.
Well, it's mostly your body's salts going out of whack. That's what happens when you get water poisoning. But
And congestive heart failure too.
hmm.
By too
So you're
much.
basically on like a brat diet.
A who?
Um, like the brat diet. I think it's like bananas, rice,
Oh, you can't even
something
have
in toast.
bananas. Too much potassium.
Mm.
Everything is a no-no, really and truly. Um,
Bread.
bread they don't like you to have too much of because it contains moisture. Red meat. They want you to eat all the red meat you can.
Well, I'm okay with that. Like,
Well, my wallet isn't exactly good with that.
this is true. I mean,
Oh,
although hamburger is red meat and it is cheaper, and there's a lot of things you can do with hamburger.
oh yes, absolutely, absolutely.
I can get like
As a
three
matter
quarter
of
pounds of ground beef for about $5, $4 or $5.
okay. It just reminded me though that I haven't made a shepherd's pie in a long time, and I might have
Ooh.
to make a shepherd's pie. And in fact, what I might do, I have some extra food stamp money. I might consider making a real shepherd's pie with
Ooh.
lamb.
Ooh, yum.
Yeah.
Lamb was one of my favorite meats.
Mm-hmm. I love lamb. Absolutely love lamb. I love to eat the little sheeps. No, I've got
See,
close.
I like the rack of lamb where you get like that rosemary, garlic, like,
Yes.
butter, like,
Yeah.
reduction on it, with like maybe some like red potatoes that you've like quartered up and like roasted in the oven so they get crispy on the outside, but they're still like soft on the inside.
Okay. Yep. 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 Yep.
That
Oh my.
so good.
I've got close to $2,000 balance on my food stamp card.
Yeah,
Because
but aren't you not allowed to eat potato?
say again, huh?
Aren't you not allowed to eat potato though?
I'm not supposed to eat too many potatoes, right? Because there's, I forget if it's potassium or phosphorus. It's amazing how much the kidney does, how much the kidney regulates.
Maybe I should do a good garden on growing stuff that you can eat with kidney issues.
Yeah, that would be good. And like instead of doing the shepherd's pie with lamb, which I know, like shepherd's pie is gonna have potato in it, like you could come up with a different side dish and have like a rack of lamb with, a nice reduction over it
Mm-hmm.
and
Yep.
come up with like some type of side dish, that you could have with it. Like probably not asparagus or Brussels sprouts,
Oh
but
man, I couldn't live without Brussels sprouts. Well, the other thing about a renal diet is it's creative cheating. We all cheat. It's just a matter of limiting what you do.
sorry, my partner was reinflating the air mattress, so I wanted to mute my mic so you didn't hear the woo sound.
I hope me munching isn't coming across too badly.
I love this air mattress. It helps
Oh,
me-
so you're the one who's munching. Okay, I was wondering who was doing that.
Yeah, I got myself some ramen. I'm hungry.
Ooh, yeah, mashed
Oh.
cauliflower would be good. Um,
Yeah, I
are you
don't.
allowed to have seafood?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Well, what about like a garlic butter, like shrimp scampi? And then, like, instead of pasta, you could have it over spaghetti squash.
Yeah, that sort of thing. I mean, they love it. They love that stuff. As a matter of fact, what I'm trying to do now is eat the contents of my freezer because there's stuff in there from like 1976. Uh, and then I can start restocking my freezer again. No, I've got a couple breasts of lamb up in the freezer, and I might make one of them pretty soon. What else do I have up there? Um, I've got some beef brisket up there.
Ooh, brisket's good.
Um, and I have rye flour. So what I may end up doing is making a Reuben sandwich from scratch.
Oh, that would be so good.
You bake the bread, you make the Russian dress, or not the Russian, yeah, you use Russian dressing on a Reuben, don't you?
I thought it was Thousand Island.
Yeah, I forget which one it is.
I
It's
think it's
one of the
Thousand Island.
two.
Are you allowed pasta and rice?
Limit them because to make them you boil them in water, so that contributes to your fluid load. But
Well, you can drain the water out, of course.
Well, but it's still adding water
it's still
to the
adding
product.
water to the item.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy though the renal diets. They if there's any malady that I would not wish on anyone, it is kidney failure.
Let's see. I'm gonna look it up. All right. Anatomy of a kidney-friendly meal. At least half of fruits and veggies, but you need to choose lower potassium options.
Hmm.
a quarter protein, and a quarter carbohydrate, but mostly whole grains.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I was thinking of the thing I usually make for myself might be a pretty good way of getting decent meals because basically it's meat pasta, and rice, and just a few veggies mixed in with some flavoring.
Sure. I didn't see you come in. How you doing, hon?
And that lasts me, about 5 days at least. And really, with my garden, I'm only spending, the cost of the meat myself. But for you, it would be, what, maybe about $5 more having to buy the veggies and everything else.
Okay. Now, Jur says that Russian dressing goes in a Reuben.
Oh, okay. I thought it was Thousand Island.
Or how does she put it? Or at least the sandwich shop she worked at used Russian dressing. Oh my, oh my, oh my.
So you could flavor it with garlic, basil, little stuff like that.
Oh my word, garlic. Garlic to me is a food
Okay.
group.
So, Reuben sandwich is a North American grilled sandwich composed of corned beef, Swiss cheese, sauerkraut, and Thousand Island dressing or Russian dressing,
Oh, you've got
grilled
the
between
option.
two
Okay,
slices
fine.
of rye.
Okay.
So it could be either or. I've always had it with Thousand Island. I've never had it with Russian. But it's kind of like how, Manhattan style clam chowder is not good and New England clam chowder is good, you know.
I love New England chowder. But
So
yeah,
yeah, but Manhattan style is just no.
no, you can
Tomatoes
have
don't
that.
belong in clam chowder. I'm
Right,
sorry. Like I am
right.
from Massachusetts. I am a masshole at my core. Tomatoes do not belong in clam chowder.
Oh man,
I will die on this.
Don't really care for clam chowder.
I would love to get back to Boston one day. Um, last time I was there, I did not get to see a game at Fenway.
Ah, so the last time I was in Boston, we went to the aquarium and we also went to Faneuil Hall Marketplace, obviously,
Oh, yeah.
and went to Durgan Park Restaurant, which is not there anymore, but it was the restaurant where the staff are meant to be rude to you.
Okay,
Basically,
okay.
like that's their whole shtick. It's like they'll just like toss the silverware down on the table, and like it was fun. It was an experience, but like I mean, I didn't live in Boston. I lived in more central Massachusetts when I was a kid, and then we moved down here to Florida um, when I was still a kid. So I've spent more of my time in Florida, unfortunately, than in Massachusetts.
Well, who can afford to live in Boston, unfortunately?
Yeah, it's very expensive. Not the
Uh,
most expensive, but it's
right.
there.
And then the
Well, look,
other one, I mean, if I could afford to live there, I'd be living in Chicago now.
well, look at me. I was born in El Paso, Texas, and I moved to Florida and been living here the rest of my life. So how the hell I turned out the way I am, I don't know.
Eek.
I mean, my family's mostly like fucking gun-toting conservatives, and I'm the fucking atheist, lefty, liberal, like, queer one. Like, I'm definitely the black sheep.
Yeah, there you go. Daju korostu.
It's like somebody's getting upset.
Either that or getting exuberant.
Hmm.
I think he stubbed his toe,
Oops.
but he's with his dad, so, like, his dad can handle it. They need,
Stubbing your
more
toe
time
hurts.
together. It does. And like I'm not the kind of parent like my son actually doesn't say swear words. Or at the very least very very rare. I think I've only ever and it was when he was younger. I think I heard him do it like once. Um and like sometimes my sister will try to get him to say things just cuz she thinks it's funny, but he'll be like, "Nope, not going to say that."
Yeah.
And but I personally don't care. Like it's the conversation of there are some words that if you say them in front of other people it might offend them, so maybe don't. But like I'm not going to lose my shit if he stubs his toe and says damn,
Uh-huh.
like or oh shit, like I don't care. Like there's a difference between swear words and slurs. I would never allow him to say a slur, But I have no problem with him saying a swear word because I think people get really uptight and uppity over that kind of thing, and it doesn't fucking matter. It's like, who gives a fuck? Honestly. Like, you are letting the word offend you. Like, it doesn't have like a connotation like a racial slur does. Like, it is literally.
Estás tocando a poco, say?
Okay. Crisis averted.
Oh, I see. The question was presented about a minute ago. Honduras, do people actually eat Manhattan clam chowder? You know, I don't know that any. I thought that it was used as an insecticide in rat poison.
Right? Like, makes sense to me. Like, seems legit. Like, oof. But
Oh my! I
here
don't.
we go. Let's see.
God, I think the last time I had Manhattan clam chowder was sometime in the '60s.
All right. And here we go. Just for stool.
Oh my! Oh my! What do we got? Oh, look at. Oh, you're having trouble. Yeah, your screen goes out of the way there.
Yeah, because of the green screen
Oh man, look at that!
settings.
Look at that! That is yummy and tasty. That's the one I
Mm-hmm.
want to do. That's the rye bread I want to do. Is
The
the
swirl.
two colors swirl? Yeah.
I prefer seafood chowder over clam chowder.
Okay. Okay.
My uncle makes this really nice a seafood chowder.
Actually, here, let me turn off like the green screen for a minute.
Dali keep la
Well, that way it won't get all bonky. But like,
Yeah.
just to show you like some of the cakes that I did, I made a Groot cake.
Oh, neat.
And
Alrighty.
let's see. Oh, I also made a hell of a lot of chocolate macarons.
Oh my.
And my aunt wanted an 80s cake for her birthday, so I made this. There's Pac-Man and Tetris on the bottom, and then like a pink zebra stripe and then a Rubik's Cube on top. It just kind of
Alrighty.
screamed 80s.
Oh my. I don't
Let's
necessarily miss the 80s.
I do.
Well, there were some good things about the 80s.
And then there's a baby bum cake that I made for my friend's baby shower.
Huh.
And then this one, it was a Joker cake I made for my friend because it matched his tattoo.
Alrighty then.
I actually did that Joker out of fondant.
Oh my.
And then the inside of the cake. Oh, wait. And then I did a buttercream design of, if anybody watched JoJo, you know, I did
No
Dio
idea.
from JoJo, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Was I Dio?
Yeah, it's like you expected cake, but it was me. Dio is what I wrote on it. And then I tried my hand at making a fancy carrot cake. So a fondant carrot and like the little fondant carrot leaves around the edge and cream
Alrighty.
cheese frosting. Then Hershey's Sundae pie that I made from scratch. It's a chocolate mousse pie.
You miss.
Let's see. Oh, this one was chocolate and pistachio macarons.
Oh, that sounds tasty.
A Harley Quinn cake. Groot. This one, I ran out of time, so it was still soft when I went to, and it was a glaze cake, like a mirror glaze cake. So when I went to put the triangle on, it hadn't fully hardened yet, so it got a little bit wonky. But it was a Pink Floyd cake, and then the inside was rainbow for the buttercream frosting.
Oh
Um,
my, oh my.
That's basically how the frosting looked on every layer, and then I smoothed it out. So
Now,
I had
did you
multiple
flavor the
bags.
frostings or just
No,
color
no,
them?
it was just a um meringue frosting, the Italian meringue frosting. So just vanilla Italian meringue. It was
Oh,
just colored
okay.
differently to match the rainbow for the Pink Floyd
Yeah, okay.
thing. And then there was like, a Captain America style cake that I did. And that one actually had the American flag on the inside, which that was fun to do, so that when you cut it, the slice looked like the flag.
Oh my.
That's
Um,
creative.
and then this was my son's third birthday cake that I made for him. Like I actually used uh it's basically like gum paste in order to make the Paw Patrol tower on the cake. And then I used marshmallow fondant for the different like Paw Patrol logos for the different pups. And then a Pikachu cake that I did. And then when a friend of mine was moving to Vegas for his going away party, I did, kind of a Vegas themed like gambling cake with cards and then the suits. And it was checkerboard on the inside.
Oh my.
Like I actually had some decent skill at making cakes. Like it's just a lot of time on my feet. Um and then I did one 4-leaf clover, like a giant ass 4-leaf clover. I did a couple of Pokeball cakes. Like one was round and one was just like a spherical cake. I did a giant cake that was a carrot. Like it was a carrot cake in the shape of a giant carrot.
All right.
And then there was a sculpted bunny cake. The eyes came out a little bit wonky, but the body of the rabbit came out pretty good. Like you can actually see like the sculpting I did on the body of the rabbit, and like that actually came out pretty good. And then I did a poppy cake for my niece, but because it was humid that day, the cotton candy hair like started fucking melting in the humidity of the air.
Oh no.
It happens. But no, like I very much enjoy
Ow.
baking.
Oh. Oh.
These were apple pie filled cupcakes. They were a cinnamon cupcake, and I cored out the center and put like an apple pie filling inside, and then I did a cinnamon buttercream on top. They came out so good.
Okay, wait a minute. I hate to do this, but these oxycodone are so dear, I hate to take them.
This one, I think you'll appreciate, Diana.
Well, if you never take them, then they're not really doing anything, are they?
So it says, "'Cause I'm a creep, I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I, donut here? I do not belong here."
All right,
Like
I like
it's
it.
the basically making fucking bread puns out of all like the lyrics to that song.
Okay, yeah.
But no, yeah, I very much. Aw, I forgot about this. Like you guys have seen Sakura, like my son's dog. There's her as a puppy. Like look at that little face.
Aww.
So cute. That was 2016. My God. Like, look at that little pupper.
Ow.
Careful, honey.
Ow.
Just take a breath.
Ow. Ah. When did I get old? Why did I do it? Oh, Achmad Gar Nera Gostrada Motra. Oh.
And Sakura has always like loved my son. Like this is like when they first met. Like
Nasta. Oh.
she's a little baby, a rescue.
Ow, ow, ow. Ow.
I'm trying to give happy, sweet things, you know. And then my son goes to leave, and so Sakura goes to chase after him. That was when we decided that she was going to be ours because she just got along really, really well with Richard. And I was not planning on getting a dog for a couple of years after, that. I was thinking around now, when my son's like 8 years old as opposed to then, but still, it's been a good thing. Like that dog has been, through thick and thin with my son, and they are like the best of friends. I mean, just chilling together in the puppy bed, or sleeping together. Like they are the best of friends. Like there was a point in time where my son wanted all the plushies and pillows on the floor so he could lay down on them, and that's where he would take his nap, and then Sakura would curl up and take a nap right next to him. Every time. Just so happy. She's such a good girl.
Yeah, I got my bird here.
Tweet.
Aw. Hi. Hi, you.
Sweet doesn't.
So cute.
Oh, I have my headset and I actually can hear the clicking. He likes the sound of the mouse clicking. The reviews are complaining about the clicking on this type of mouse be too loud, but he seems to think it's a feature rather than a bug.
Yeah, seems so.
Boom! Nagaraste.
Sometimes he'll actually settle down like this and just fall asleep on my hand.
That's adorable.
If I don't move too much.
That is so stinking adorable.
He was almost settling down. Well, kind of looks like he's getting hormonal there a little bit, but I don't think so.
Oh my. Dosta mini carrado.
I see cream soda. Cream soda is good shit.
Yes.
Oh, I haven't had cream soda in a while.
It's good. I like it.
I just have those bottles sitting there to block off that one spot.
Oh, and Diane, I sent you a friend request on Discord.
Second, huh?
I sent you a friend request on Discord.
Oh, Fesu. Yay. I'll have to go to
and
the
then
other.
I sent you my Steam friend link in a Twitter DM. So and the Steam code, like the
Yeah, I believe I accepted that one already.
I still need to.
Well, I don't think I added you on there because I couldn't find you, but I sent you my thing. So
right, and I clicked on it, and you are in.
I I still gotta do
You're
that
in the
Steam thing.
register. It's on the other machine, so I can't look at it right now.
Yeah, no, you did.
Yeah, I'll have to get into that, get that game, and join you guys.
Yay!
Not sure when I'll be able to get it. I mean, I already kind of spent more than what I should have on luxury stuff this month.
Oh my, I know that feeling. Well, hopefully the access transportation will reduce my costs a little bit to get to dialysis, so that'll be nice. I'll have money to spend on luxuries like food.
Yeah, I've got Holy Spackle on here too.
Oh, okay.
Man, I haven't looked at my fucking friends list on here in a hot minute.
Yeah, I haven't even loaded the Steam, application onto my computer yet. It's just download the exe file.
Oh, moo. Oh. It is fufu and it is fifi.
Oh yeah.
I should look for some free games to get myself started on that
Man,
thing.
I'm looking at my friends and it's like everybody's got a higher Steam level than me. Like I'm sitting over here with a 13 and I get people with like 27.
Well, I can guarantee you'll be higher than me.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're gonna be higher than I am.
51. My friend APOC, 18 years of service. Like he's had Steam for 18 years and he's fucking Steam level 51.
Now, what's the Steam level for? How do you increase?
It's like achievements in games. Like the more you get, like the higher it goes. Like fucking my friend Adam, like fucking Steam level 69.
Put on pants. Achievement unlocked.
Okay then.
33. 27. Like fucking holy spackles. 27. Like fucking Steam level 27. That's like more than double mine.
I probably have a minus 12.
You're 2.
Okay.
Your Steam level is 2.
Well, about all I do is play Risk, Solitaire.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that. I'll just load the thing up and find some free games to play while I'm waiting to figure out if I have the money to buy that V Rising.
Mm-hmm.
The nice thing about Risk is that the classic map is free.
I actually have Risk Global Domination on my computer.
Okay then, yep.
Or at least in my Steam library. I don't have it downloaded at the moment because I removed a bunch of games because my hard drive got kind of full. And then I ended up getting a new hard drive. So, and one of my favorite ones to play when I'm just like wanting to just kind of wind down is Plague Inc., where you have to evolve like a super bug to like wipe out humanity. I love that game.
I've been meaning to get that.
It's so good. It's a fun, just kill time kind of thing.
Tornado?
No.
Tornado Pelt? Do you know Mom Nado?
Oh wait, no, I think I have met her once. We were on a stream together.
Her son plays Plague Inc. all the time.
It's a good game.
Yeah, I've been meaning to get it, and I just haven't got around to it.
I have Among Us, Armello. Armello is a fun game. It's great for 2 to 4 people to play, and it's kind of like a board game, sort of, like where you go and you move around, and like there's a king, and he's like think Robin Hood, like the animated Disney, where like the king was the lion. So you got the lion, and then you got like the rabbit clan, the bear clan, you got the wolf clan, and so you each get like which clan you choose, you'll have like a different like starting ability, and you're basically playing through, and the king is being corrupted, and you have to either cure the king or kill the king to become the new king, or wait for the king to die, because he eventually will, and be the points leader when the king inevitably dies, and then you become the new ruler. And it's definitely a very fun game. I enjoy it, and it's got gorgeous dice sets. And like you roll dice, and that tells you like whether you like win or not against it. It has a little bit of a risk element to it, at least like the combat of, rolling dice against your opponent. But like it also has this like high fantasy concept too, and it is very fun to play.
Okay, then. And Stool is shouting out Foreskin Frenzy.
Then I've got BioShock and BioShock 2 Remastered, and BioShock Infinite. And then I've got Borderlands 2, Borderlands Game of the Year Enhanced, and the pre-sequel, Cyberpunk 2077, Dead Rising, Destiny 2, Divinity Original Sin 2, Dragon Age Origins Ultimate Edition, because Dragon Age Origins is one of my all-time favorite games. Elder Scrolls Skyrim Special Edition, Fable Anniversary, Fall Guys, Fallout New Vegas, which I very much enjoyed New Vegas. Final Fantasy 15, Mass Effect Legendary Edition, New World, Paladins, Persona 4 Golden, Plague Inc., Risk Global Domination, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, Warframe, and then those are just the ones that I kind of have to my favorites. Then I've also got several of the Assassin's Creed games I need to play through. Bendy and the Ink Machine I need to finish. Death Stranding I need to finish. I just got Deus Ex Director's Cut recently. And Dragon Age 2, which honestly, I should play it again, because I should, take my save from Dragon Age and bring it to 2, go through that. But Dragon Age 2 was just so bad. Like, Inquisition was so much better than Dragon Age 2. I've got Halo, the Master Chief Collection. I've been working through playing the Halo games with Chris, because I had never played them before. And let's see, Resident Evil Village, Step on Me, Mommy Dimitrescu, like, Jedi Fallen Order. I'm actually enjoying Jedi Fallen Order. Like, I don't know. Like, I like Cal as a character. And, I mean, I unlocked all the achievements. Or at least a lot of the, I unlocked a lot of the achievements in that game. And then Vampire was another one, or Vampire. It's the Victorian vampire story. V Rising. Warhammer 40k Space Wolf. I got that for free in a Humble Bundle once. Doki Doki Literature Club. That's an interesting one. I still have several games on here that I haven't played yet. But I should, especially when I'm having like bad pain days, and it's good to just kind of do something to try to take my mind off of it.
Yeah.
Carasta.
Yeah, I should play around with that some more. You people are making me get out of my little space here. Joking.
Dio Carasto. Oh my.
There's seriously a librarian OnlyFans. Huh. Okay.
Oh, we've got all kinds of steamy codes going on over here.
Yeah, I agree, Aunt Jer. Like, fucking Diana gets old. Also, Diana, I've made a terrible mistake. Yeah.
Yes.
But no, I'm surprised Stool's being a little coward and won't come in here.
Yeah, I gave him a link.
Tisk tisk stool. I expected better of you.
Oh, I don't know. I'll probably go lie down pretty soon because it's going to take a while for this oxycodone to kick in, and besides, it's only 2.5 milligrams.
Yeah, but it does help take the edge off a little.
Yeah, it's the tablet was 10 milligrams, and I quartered it because this is all I've got. I don't know if I'm going to have any more when this is all gone.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we should get you a neck brace to see if that helps at least a little bit, to at least keep your neck from having to be putting the strain. Take the strain off your neck that way.
They also have these like heating like neck wraps that it like has massage and heat.
In fact, I saw a neck brace that had a heating pad built into it.
Minnow, Savage Minnow sent me a neck wrap.
Well, see, what I'm talking about isn't just a neck wrap. It's actually a brace that supports your head, so you're not putting any pressure on your neck.
As a matter of fact, what I should probably do is plug this in and turn it all the way up.
Oh, I forgot about this. Like a cake I made for a raffle. Carrot cake with a cheesecake center and a cream cheese frosting. 100% made from scratch by Kitty. Does not contain nuts. Just so people would know.
Daju korostu.
And then I made a pie 3.14 on top. And here's a cake with roses that I made for my sister for her birthday a few years ago. And then there's the turkey decoration I did on an apple pie. Just a tiny little turkey. Honestly, I'm thinking about doing this to my hair. Going white and then doing rainbow.
Oh my.
I think that could be fun.
You got this inflatable one. You can kind of adjust how it sits on your neck. Or you got this one that has that heating element. Something like this, I'm wondering if maybe it might help you through your neck.
Yeah, it might.
Take the strain off of it some.
Dodot kiantara sepehoda. Oh my, a little cybernetic thing going on there.
Oh, I forgot about this. My war boss, the model I was working on for my orc army in 40K. Like, I forgot. And like, I had my little bomb squigs were like pink and magenta.
Oh, I hear thunder. Sounds like I'm gonna get rain. So one of the big problems is trying to cut the lawn around this time of year. You have to do it between rains, early enough where the lawn isn't all wet from the morning, but dry enough so you can actually cut it. And it's just pain.
Yeah, and so one of the fun things that I get to deal with my RSD affected leg is the massive discoloration. And like the modeling of the skin, like it gets this weird like coloration to it, and yeah, that one shows it a bit better.
That's not all the time, is it?
Yeah.
Or it'll just get super swollen and bright red. And Yeah, like you can definitely tell the difference between my good leg and my not good leg. um, RSD is not something I would wish on anybody. It is very unpleasant. And this is why I wear socks that come up to my thighs, because just the fabric of my pants rubbing against my skin is very, very uncomfortable. Like it feels like coarse sandpaper, like just digging at my flesh. So getting the socks in place sucks, but then it creates kind of a barrier there, so it's numb. Because like if you feel something over sock, like if you're wearing socks and you touch your foot or your leg over the socks, the sensation's not as strong as if you touch your skin directly.
I find if I flip the sock in with my, if I flip the sock inside out, it tends to be softer.
It depends on the sock and like how it was made.
At least the ones I get. I get the Hanes socks. Find they put the stitching on the inside, so you have this like lump on the inside. If you flip it inside out, then you have that lump on the outside, so you don't hit your, so it's not rubbing against you.
Yeah. No, like I said, I mean, it depends on the socks. Like the socks that I have, like I said, they go. Let's see if I can maneuver here because I've got my green screen, so I don't have a lot of room. But my socks like go all the way up my thighs. Like it's kind of bunched up here, but it goes up higher. And they have these like little grippy things that help them stay in place better. Um, and this is my good leg, by the way. So like, I can like touch it and not have it fucking hurt and feel awful. Like even like if I don't wear shorts because even like a breeze blowing on my leg is actually painful. Like the hypersensitivity on the affected limb is fucking nightmarish.
How am I about to get rain and it's still 88 degrees outside?
Because
We
it's
had
Florida.
that yesterday.
Because it's Florida.
Yeah, we had that in Pittsburgh yesterday. It was in the 80s and raining.
Oh, I remember when I did this. I took this and I like kind of did a little thing so that the Christmas tree, like, so it was like Santa got caught, so I could show it to my son one Christmas morning. Like, oh, I remember that. Just like, oh, surprise Santa by the Christmas tree. Sorry, I'm just like looking through my photos and it's just like so many memories and like things that, I don't remember until I see the images.
Moo.
Like when I went to a Ren fair. That was fun. That was outside of Miami. Let's see.
I want to go to a Stimpy fair. No, huh?
And my senior pictures. My senior year. I had black hair and my mom demanded that it be changed. Like she took me into the salon and they bleached it and it came out like this gorgeous, gorgeous color. And I liked it. Like I did. It was great. And then like I've had darker hair too. That was homecoming. I've had pretty much every hair color. I very much enjoy like changing it up. But oh man, like so many memories. Like it's crazy like how much you experience in life. And just looking back and seeing things that you might not think of it at the time, but then once you see a photo or you smell something or you hear a song, anything that triggers that memory, and then you just kind of go down this nostalgia thing, you know, and
Nostalgia tends to hit me very hard.
Nostalgia.
it's like
17
you
years
just,
since you graduated. Nostalgia. I love it.
but no, I mean honestly, and
It can kind of be overwhelming.
I'm wondering, I might actually go to my 20-year reunion in 2025. Like, I haven't gone to any of the reunions, but I might go to the one in 2025. Because, I mean, then it's been 20 years, you know.
I have not been to any of the reunions, and I was class president. Um, but I don't know if I will be going or anything like that. I mean, in 2 years, it's number 50.
Damn.
I graduated in 74.
I mean, it's like, I've always liked the idea of going to a high school reunion, but then, like, when it comes to actually doing it, it's like most of those people, I didn't care if I ever saw them again, you
I
know?
was going to say,
Any
I
of the
didn't
ones that I
like
did
most of the
care
people
about, I
there.
kept in
Oh.
touch with.
Most,
Or at the very least, we're friends on like Facebook or Steam where I can like check in with them from time to time.
most of the people I knew in school are probably in prison now. Or dead. Or both.
Hmm.
Kind of hard to be both. I mean, yeah, you could die in prison, but you can't be in prison and dead. At least not for very long.
Having
before
been
they
in
kill your
prison and
body.
died.
Yeah. I was trying to pull a Kate. I'm not as good at it as she is.
Kate is the best at everything. Or at least that's what Kate says.
You know, we can take her word for it. Sure, why not?
I don't know how I'd go if I tried to visit high school again. I mean, I'm pretty sure I have pretty much PTSD from the experience.
High school was actually the best for me. Like elementary school and middle school were the worst. It was elementary school that my finger was jacked up, and middle school wasn't much better. I actually had like almost like a mental breakdown in 6th grade. Um, so yeah, when you have a teacher that actually tries to ruin your life because they just don't like you and admits to that in front of the principal and your parents, you know, like where you do more work on a project than anyone else in the class and you get a D when somebody who did a half-ass thing gets an A minus. It can really fuck with your head.
Tayo Gorostu.
Funny thing is I actually had that teacher's daughter in high school as a teacher, and we got along great. And she was like, yeah, you know, a lot of people said that they didn't like my mom as a teacher, you know, but they love me, and I was in that camp. I thought she was great.
One talking about fucked in the head. My girlfriend in high school died of cancer shortly before I graduated.
Oof. Yeah. One of my friends died from drunk driving in high school, and then somebody that I was involved with, like at the end of high school, like beginning, like in that space between high school and college, basically self-deleted. That was pretty rough.
And a few years later, after graduation, my best friend from high school basically he gets all paranoid and kicks me to the curb. And it was right at the same time, same year that my mother died.
Oof, that's rough. Not like any losing anyone is hard, but not having a support network is really bad. All right, so palette cleanser for the dark topic. My son painted a rock, and I think it came out really cute.
Yeah.
Is it just abstract, or is it supposed to be something?
I honestly don't know. I think he just liked the way the colors swirled, and honestly, I can get behind it. It's very
Looks
pretty.
interesting. Whatever.
Oh yeah. He had blue, two different shades of blue and black, and this is what he came up with. I'm probably gonna get some more of these like little smooth river stones and some acrylic paints and just let him go to town with
Oh
it.
yeah, those are fun to paint.
Yeah, I actually did paint some for my sister. Like I made one that was Ariel from The Little Mermaid. Let me see if I can find the picture.
Something I thought about doing is do like a good deed kind of rock. So you paint the rock, and you have like, do one good deed and pass this on kind of thing, and just hide them around town. You ever seen something like that?
I've seen where they do like little things to like go find them, you know.
Yeah, something along those lines.
So like I had basically sketched out I was gonna do an Ariel with Flounder and a Jasmine, and then I ended up doing, Ariel and Flounder first. So it's not perfect. Like I need to fix her eyes, but Flounder came out pretty good. And I liked the way the tail came out quite a bit. I worked hard to get like that shading just right. Same thing with the hair, like where you have the darks and the lights coming together. All from just a rough sketch. Like here's a better one of the rough sketch of Jasmine, and that one shows, the rough sketch of both of them. But I do enjoy painting. I haven't done it in a while though. But I know like people were doing this for a while. They were painting rocks and then hiding them in places, and then there'd be like Facebook groups where, you would find a rock and then you'd like put another rock in its place. So it was like a game, where it's like you would distribute the rocks, people would find them and then replace them with their rocks, and it's just a fun like crowdsourced thing, getting people into doing art, which can be very cathartic. Like I love shit like that. And I do enjoy painting. I prefer like painting sculptures more so than anything, like, and I do like sculpting as well. Like I can sculpt and I can paint. I can't really draw to save my life. At least not sketching. Like once I get paints in my hand, I can make something look pretty good. But with just pencils, I can't do shit.
I used to be able to draw, but I kind of lost my skills after the arthritis.
Yeah. It can be rough, definitely. Like when you lose mobility in part of your body, especially if it stops you from doing things you used to enjoy.
Yeah, I used to doodle and stuff all the time, but it just started getting painful.
I used to like going on like nature walks, and I just can't do it anymore. I can't walk any long distances.
That's actually when I started to get into writing.
Yeah, because with writing you can type or you can voice dictate.
Mm-hmm. Still got to work on that. Kind of put it aside to do the gardening. I should probably get back into that.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can't always be out in the garden.
Yeah.
So it's good to have something to do in between those times.
Mm-hmm.
How you feeling, Di?
Moo. I may lie down at some point here because take the strain off the neck. And well, what have we been here? Let me have a look at the. Okay, not as much as I thought. We've been here for about 4 hours.
I mean, if you want to wrap it up and get some rest,
Yeah,
we just understand.
We just might, because I took a quarter of an oxy.
Yeah, give that a chance to kick in and ease
Yeah.
it. 'Cause if you wait too long to take the meds, then it's not going to really do much if the pain's gotten too bad.
Diukorostu.
There's
So-
definitely a Goldilocks zone for those kinds of meds where you have to take it at the right time for it to be the most effective.
Yeah, hopefully it'll kick in. The pain just started when I started complaining. So, okay. How about any last words from anybody? What are you up to?
I'm just kind of doing my thing, still like waiting for this like fucking COVID fatigue to go away. Um, and I'm taking it easy today. I am probably going to start a new server for the people that seem interested in doing the V Rising. I'll
Oh,
probably,
okay. Okay.
start a new server at least to get everybody like familiar with the game, where it'll be just a chill laid back thing where I'll make it easier than the base game, and then once everyone that's gonna play, has it together, then we can go to one of the live servers and the game will
Okay.
be harder, but you'll have a better idea of what's,
Yeah,
required.
easy is good
Just
because
stay
I
away from the
have.
player versus player
Yeah,
stuff.
no, I would put it on a PvE server where, you just have to worry about the environment fucking you over, not other players.
That I'm okay with.
Yeah,
And then
move.
randomly you'll get bears and wolves that'll just come over and try to eat your face, and then you just like fucking smack them down.
Oh, well then. Okay.
And
Sounds
you have to like cut
fun.
down trees and rocks and smash rocks and stuff to get materials for building stuff.
Cut down
Um,
trees, eat your lunch, go to the lava tree.
Yeah, and then you have to enslave humans.
Oh
That's
boy.
always fun.
That sounds like, yeah, I could get into that.
And you can also imprison humans. You have some that are enslaved that they will protect your castle. And then your prisoners, you have to feed them so they don't die. And you want to try to keep them as not miserable as possible because it affects their blood quality. But then you can just drain blood from them infinitely as long as you feed them afterwards to recover, from the trauma of being bled. Like, you can keep them in there forever. And so when you find people with really good blood quality, you want to charm them and toss them in a prison cell, and then you can bottle their blood and take it with you. So if your blood levels start to drop, you can just sippy, and you're good to go.
Oh, that sounds delicious.
Right?
Yeah, so I'll go through all of my machines and gather all of your invitations together, because oh my word, my Discord and my Steam and everything are spread all over everything.
Yeah, maybe I'll load Steam up on my computer today sometime.
Yeah, and like I said, the new server that I'll make, like I'll make it so that the clan size can be bigger, because like the current server that I'm on, the private one that I made, I think I can only have 4 people in the clan. So I will make one with more people, probably like 10. I think would be good enough for all the people that might want to play.
I'll have to wait a little bit before I buy the game because I just gotta make sure my
Obviously.
budget is good.
There you
Yeah,
go.
no,
Yeah.
obviously. But I'm just saying, like, I'd rather lay the groundwork, and so if we're gonna like have our own little server for our little crew, I want to make sure there's gonna be enough room for everybody. So I don't think we'll need all 10 slots, but it's better to have more. It's better to have too many than not enough slots for people, because I don't want
Yeah.
anyone to feel left out.
Right. Absolutely.
And the cool
Okay.
thing is we can build castles together. So it's like you each get 2 castle hearts, so you can have 2 castles. And every person in the clan also gets 2 castle hearts. So you can actually have castles in all corners of the map. And then you can put teleporters so you can bounce between each other's castles.
I
which
am
is
very
really cool.
interested in this castle building aspect of it.
It's fun. Like, you get to just design whatever you want. And I make it so that you don't have to spend resources for building a castle in the server, because then you can tear things down and build it however you want. It's
Oh, that's nice.
very Minecrafty. It's great.
Dayukorostu. Okay. That sounds like fun. So everybody take notes and jump on Kitty's server here, and we'll do that
I think you've
stuff.
talked me into buying the game. It's just a matter of when.
There you
Yeah,
go.
no, for sure.
Now the sale ends pretty soon, doesn't it? But it's
Yeah,
Well,
but
even
it's
the
a
sale
10%
ends,
off sale. The game's only $20.
Yeah.
It's $18 right now. It's $20 regularly, so it's not a huge
Well,
difference in price.
even if I can't get it this month, I'll maybe get it next month at the beginning of next month. So when
Foo-foo.
my new check comes in.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll have
Oh,
things
my.
established by then, and it'll be fun. It'll be fun. It'll be a nice, relaxing we're gonna chill, you know? Like, let me go ahead and add Stool. Because he just tossed his in the thing. So let me go to
Stable
friends.
M. I'm gonna have to remember that. Cause yeah, my Steam is on the other Windblows system.
All right, so I just sent you a friend request.
Got 2 PCs and 5 operating systems.
What information do I send you?
Here, I will just send you my friend code. So then if you just add that code, it will send me a friend request automatically.
I don't even have a profile picture on this thing.
Diana doesn't have one either.
Neither do I was gonna say.
I have a nice fancy one. She's like a little like vampire, like succubus looking, you know, I've already got the spooky season frame up and everything because.
Now wait a minute. This number that you just put over here is which?
That's my friend code on Steam. So.
Okay, where do I input it?
Oh, we're already done. Yeah.
Yeah, you and I are already done. So you go to friends and then you go to add friend and then you'll see your friend code and then below it enter a friend code and just type in that friend code where it says enter a friend code and it should.
Do I have to be on the have the thing loaded up because I'm only on
you
on the
do.
website? Okay, then I'll have to wait until that afterwards.
Okay. But all right, I'll just send it to you on Twitter then. Just to.
Yes, I haven't. Like I said, I've only downloaded the exe file to load the thing. I haven't even loaded it up yet on my computer.
No worries. I'll send you the link like Stool did, and I'll also add the friend code because you can do it either way. You can either click the link, but it doesn't always work. The friend code pretty much always works. So okay. I will send both.
Yeah, what I can probably do is I can probably turn the other machine on. Oh my, because they are the 2 machines, and I can switch those between my screens. Oh my, if I ever get around to building another machine, then I'll have to figure out how to work 3 machines at once.
I only have 1.
Well, I've got 5 actually. I've got 2 PCs and 3 laptops. Oh my.
Family view is disabled. Okay, that's good. Don't want any of that.
One of those laptops I still have to repair. I've been repairing that thing for the last 8 months. Oh well. Okay, so that's egging the Fleeg over there on the Ag and the Flug. And okay, let's see what everybody's doing. Stable M. I'll have to remember that one for you, Stool, so I can do it on the other machine. And okay. I want to thank everybody who's here. I want to thank everybody who's not here. You people keep me going, and I hate you for it. Okay? I mean, let's just get that straight. Yeah, I agree. And, okay. Sincerely, really and truly and everything, you guys do keep me going. And
we love you, Di.
As long as you keep liking this stuff, and as long as you keep coming back, and as long as I'm alive to do it, I guess I'm just going to have to do it.
Well, I do my part to try to keep you company. Misery loves company.
Oh, yeah. I'm Misery. Yeah. Okay. And then, all right. Thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.
See you guys later.